8 de cada 10 latinoamericanos vivimos en ciudades. Sin embargo, el agresivo crecimiento y desordenada expansión urbana han alterado negativamente nuestra relación con el medio ambiente. Las ciudades son el corazón de la economía global, pero también se han convertido en una de las principales causas del cambio climático, que pone en riesgo la forma de vida de millones de personas y ha provocado un fuerte descenso de la biodiversidad. ¿Podemos reconciliar la relación entre las ciudades y la biodiversidad de los ecosistemas de los que éstas dependen? ¿Podemos planificar y habitar verdaderas biodiversidades? CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina y el Ministerio de Turismo de la República Dominicana presentan el Encuentro Nacional de Biodiversidades de Centroamérica y el Caribe, Turismo Sostenible a partir de la puesta en valor de ecosistemas urbanos. Alrededor del 11% de la población humana habita en zonas costeras, donde se desarrolla una importante actividad económica relacionada con el turismo e infraestructura de vital importancia para el comercio global. Estas poblaciones son especialmente vulnerables a las amenazas que suponen los efectos del cambio climático, pero también se erigen como una fuente clave de innovaciones en el desarrollo resiliente al clima. América Latina es una de las regiones turísticas de mayor crecimiento en el mundo. La República Dominicana se ha consolidado como un referente caribeño y global en materia de recuperación económica post-COVID, a través del aprovechamiento eficiente de sus ventajas competitivas en el sector turístico, en gran parte debido a los esfuerzos permanentes por impulsar un modelo de planificación territorial respetuoso con el medio ambiente. ¿Qué pueden hacer las ciudades costeras, tanto continentales como insulares, cuyas economías dependen de manera importante del turismo, para gestionar de forma eficiente este riesgo sin perder competitividad? ¿Cómo aprovechar las ventajas competitivas en el sector turístico a través de un modelo de planificación territorial respetuoso con el medio ambiente? Aquí empieza un espacio de diálogo de alto nivel para el intercambio de conocimiento, buenas prácticas, políticas y recomendaciones en torno a la resiliencia climática, salud territorial y desarrollo turístico. CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of CAF, Latin American Development Bank, the Ministry of Tourism of the Dominican Republic, as our local ally, and the Humble Institute as a knowledge partner for this initiative, we welcome you to the national the meeting of the road to biodiversity in the Caribbean. We welcome the mayors from the region that accompany us today and our special guests. We would like to welcome those that are following us through streaming, which also has simultaneous interpretation into English. At the start of the event, we invite you the needed simultaneous interpretation to go back to the room and get your headset. Today we hold this event thanks to the commitment of the Ministry of Tourism in the Dominican Republic as host city and the Humble Institute. This encounter is part of a cycle of events on biodiversity led by CAF at the regional level. We hope this will be an opportunity to share the experiences and knowledge allowing for harnessing the competitive advantage in the tourism system through respectful planning with the environment. We invite you to join our social media through Twitter. We're going to start immediately this opening meeting with Ángel Cárdenas, who is the urban development and creative manager for CAF. First of all, I'd like to say that because of our extensive of our agenda, we I'm going to be as brief as possible. I'd like to thank those that are hooked up to this event through the region. Thank you for accompanying us. We thank the authorities here, the Ministry of Tourism of the Dominican Republic, that has not only accepted the invitation but is also accompanying us in being able to hold this first Caribbean and Central America event that unites the mayors around the region, and we are very happy to welcome mayors from Honduras, Panama, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago. Our network that started in Barranquilla past December with the leadership of the mayor of Barranquilla. We see this getting to the whole continent, and this commits us further to continue to promote biodiversity, cities that will in some manner help us allow to develop sustainable models and bio-business to be able to be combined with nature as our principal asset in such a difficult time we are going through climate change consequences. First, before starting with our agenda, I would like to remind you that CAF, under the leadership of our president, has committed to be the bank for the region, for Latin America. And we have set ambitious goals for the next 5 years to have 40% of our portfolio in green. This is about a project, this is about $25 billion. And for this, we have to be accompanied by the mayors in the region, because it is in the cities where this change takes place. That's why we have leverage of this network, and we thank you to be part of this and very successful meeting. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for those words of welcome. I'd like to give the floor to Carlos Peguera, who is the Vice Minister for Cooperation of the Dominican Republic. Good morning, honorable senators of the Dominican Republic, for Virgilio Sedano, for La Altagracia province, honorable governor of the province, Altagracia, Martina Pepin, honorable mayor of the municipality of Higüey, Baron Dulu, honorable president of the Latin American Bank, Sergio Diaz, honorable general director of the Humboldt Institute, Hernando Garcia Martinez, honorable director of planning and project for the Ministry of Tourism, authorities, mayors, and that visit us from Sister, the press, thank you. Good morning. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Tourism of the Dominican Republic, Mr. David Collada, and on my own, I'd like to thank you for being here, each of you, and welcome you, especially the Latin American Development Bank, the promoter of this encounter of biodiversities in the Caribbean and Central America. The World Tourism Organization has defined sustainable development as the one that takes care of the tourism and the receiving regions, and at the same time promotes and protects opportunities for the future. It is conceived as a path toward the management of all resources so that all economic and social needs and aesthetic are protected, respecting culture, integrity, ecological processes, and biological diversity, and the system sustaining this development. Today, there's more awareness of the negative effect on the environment, therefore preventing negative impact on the infrastructure and along the coast of these natural resources and pollution that are caused by tourism activities, and controlling the activities that affect the environment, coastal and marine changes in the tourism policies are needed towards sustainability. The accompaniment by the Ministry of Tourism and the Bank of Latin America, and our participation in this encounter of biodiversities is proof of our awareness and the commitment to sustainable tourism, which is at the heart of the tourism development in the Dominican Republic. Without a sustainable environment, there is no possibility of tourism development. The Dominican economy closed in 2021 with a 12.13 growth for the GDP, being this 4.7% over 2019, reflecting a real reactivation of our economy. According to the central bank, this economic growth of the sectors, in this growth, the contribution of hotels, bars, and restaurants account for 35%. And that's why tourism activity is so important for our development, in which environmental sustainability plays a fundamental role. Our vision of a new tourism policy towards the environmental standpoint is based on dynamic protection and the needs that are imposed by tourism development and the environment, and at the same time to guarantee sustainable development of resources. We can resume some of this in three important axes, given optimal use of environmental resources that are fundamental elements of development, maintaining ecological processes, and being able to protect resources and diversity, respecting social, cultural identity of the host countries, and also the architecture and traditional value, securing for activities on the long term that would respond to all the agents in the benefit of socioeconomic well-distributed amongst all actors. We have services for the host countries, and at the Ministry of Tourism, we do not bet for the future, because that would be to leave out, to hazard our development, and we have been able to work on a resilient tourism with territorial planning, with coordination with the mayors in our present and future tourism destination based on research, innovation, technology, and the respect of the environment. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Minister of Tourism for International Cooperation of the Dominican Republic, Mr. Carlos Andres Peguero. Thank you very much for being here with us this morning. From May 2022, CAF has reinforced its alliance with the Humboldt Institute, recognizing its role played in biodiversities and at the global level, and also championing this in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are going to start our first block of special presentations. We're going to receive welcome the president, the director of the Humboldt Institute, who is going to talk about biodiversities for sustainable development. Well, my greeting to this audience, very strong audience. We have the presence by a bank, development bank. We have also participation by government institutions, mayors from many countries in Latin America, and also we have participation by youth people here in the audience. I think this is a space for reflection and thinking about biodiversity. I would like to start this presentation with the story that this bird on the slide it tells us. This is a very common species. Perhaps you have seen it in the Dominican Republic, in some sector, or any of the territories in the Caribbean, or in our Latin American also region. This is a video of this bird is a very special bird because it's an endemic species in the Western Caribbean in Colombia, and this is a Providencia. It's an island with a very historical importance and for Colombia. I'd like to talk about biodiversity in the island territories with this species. This species only inhabits in a 17-kilometer territory in the planet. It's its only survival space where it can survive and progress as a species. And this island is inhabited by 5,000 inhabitants. Been able to keep a protection for this species, and that this species, as we are going to see, was able to withstand a 5-category hurricane, and we're talking about a sound territory, a sound island, a resilient island. This is the story of an island that is 28 times smaller than the area of Punta Cana, and it's a special that talks about biodiversity. My name is Hernando Garcia Martinez. I'm a director of the Humboldt Institute. It's a national institute for biodiversity in Colombia. It's not a German organization. It's in the honor of Humboldt and his pass through America, Latin America, and Colombia. It's an institute that in Colombia connects knowledge on public policy, social discussions, and the construction of a better society. It's part of the national environment system. We are linked to the Ministry of the Environment in Colombia. We are an organization that has a public role and has a framework for work. We're not a private organization that work towards the construction of a better society. And in Colombia, as part of this system, the Humboldt Institute works permanently in connecting knowledge through discussions such as working towards developments in the mine and energy and agro-industry, how to work on development that is sustainable. We're talking also about a moment being the national biodiversity study in a mega diverse country, a country which you have less than 1% of the total global space, but we have lots of species and fauna and flowers, and we have a strong responsibility, being responsible biodiversity, and even more so in a planet that is reflecting on the value of nature for the value of our society. We have lived in the last years the consequences of a sick planet in terms of those imbalances that have reached through the COVID-19. We are going through a reflection period, how to grow in terms of well-being, but how this wealth should be on the minimum condition for health planetary. Is the basis for development. There are economies that are so important for the planet, such as the construction, the production of food that depend fundamentally and directly on nature. And we have to work on this reflection. And it's from this deflection that the Humble Institute has set three big goals, three big missions for 2030. The first one is how we're going to connect with that global purpose of conserving 30% of the most ecological value in the planet towards 2030. It's an urgent measure. It's a planet claim. It's all whole mobilization that we're connecting with all the governments worldwide toward 2030. 30% of the wildlife in the planet kept into 2030. The second mission is to connect knowledge based on science with sectors that are transforming the rurality in the country, and through agribusiness, through cattle raising, through energy infrastructure towards territories that are ecologically sound. There is a third goal is to work from the cities, the biodivercities, and we're going to start this discussion on the biodiversities in Latin America. And this is most like we're living in Colombia, the same situation. About 80% of all the population in Latin America already lives in cities, small, big cities, well over the median in cities at the planet level. Is the second region on the planet with the most population in the cities, and we would like to start reflecting for the transformation of the planet. That's the spirit that led us to work on this concept and this biodiversity concept, an initiative that we, in full confinement, the president of Colombia told us, come here and let's raise our ambition for sustainability at the world level for cities. And this connected us with the World Economic Forum to reflect on how to mobilize a discussion and a thinking at the world level for a transformation of cities in Latin America. Besides having these habitats, we're talking about that this is one of the most biodiverse region in the world. A big percentage is here in our countries, so we have the challenge to connect preservation of that nature through spaces and dynamics of in the cities. That's the reason why we started to work with the Economic World Forum, a space for discussion where we are able to connect work capacities at the world level with stories of development at the local level. We called a global committee on biodiversities that united private companies, academia, government, and this exercise has led us to work on key product to be able to orient this policy and this construction at the local level of biodiversities. At the start of the year, we have this white paper, which is a product that shows us how, from a reflection of rethinking the infrastructure sector in the cities through green infrastructure and a change in the way to work with infrastructure, we're able to generate transformational changes in the city. That document treats the measures for adaptation and as part of the process of generating new wealth, new employment through this vision of infrastructure in the cities. When we talk about biodiversity, and from this standpoint, it's not only a change on infrastructure, a biodiversity from the standpoint of what is a biodiversity is a city that really connects and understands its relationship with the regional environment, how we are connected with the areas that provide water for the cities, how we are linked with the different ecosystems that are key for mitigating climate changes through the flooding, all the concepts through on nature. A biodiversity is a city that allows to have critical habits for the survival of species that only have the possibility to be kept in urban environment. It's a city that acknowledges nature and looks for competitive factors that will work towards local governance with mayors, with social movements, with a national government, but working on a governance that will think in the nature of the cities. And this is also a city that mobilizes citizens to reach awareness of the importance of environmental conscience at the world level. I'd like to talk about now a story having to do with an island territory, and it has to do with the context of climate change, growth, and territories that are sound. This is the concept that has to do with more than 50% of cities at the world level, according to studies promoted recently, are in a condition of high vulnerability to climate change that are already happening or that will happen in 10 years related to hurricanes, flooding. The cities today, many of you manage have to think about the cities of tomorrow that are changing with this climate dynamic at the global level. And this is very important when we talk about island city or coastal cities. We have around 900,000 inhabitant cities that are on the coastline, with a perspective of about 300% into 2030. And many of you that inhabit islands or coastal cities are already experiencing the effect of climate change on these cities. How we start working and planning a city for the next 5 or 10 years. We're not talking about 30 or 40. We're talking about the current effects. It's a challenge, and biodiversity is an invitation to start thinking about planning and development in a different way in the face of climate change. And this is the concept of One Health. This is start thinking on the different levels of health, planet Earth, also thinking about the health of our cities as the first measure of response to those present and future scenarios, and how the health of our cities connects with the state of our own inhabitants. And here we'd like to go back to Providence. It's an island of 17 square meters, with 70% of its territory is mangrove and tropical forest. An island with 5 inhabitants, that suffered 1.5 years by a hurricane of 5 category, and the inhabitants knew about 2 or 3 hours before the magnitude of the hurricane that would hit the island. An island lost in the Colombian Atlantic is subjected to a hurricane that had not been registered. We had not a 5 category hurricane hitting Colombia in the last few years. What we had seen was some tropical storm that would go more towards the north in the Caribbean, but it was a 5 category, and this island was able to withstand this hurricane, and only 2 casualties in a 5,000 inhabitants on an island that was not prepared for this kind of event. How can you explain this? To a large extent, the state of health of the island with mangrove was the basis for the response to this climate change, extreme climate change, and that is why to prepare for this present and future climate change condition entails having territories ecologically sound. From the CAD presentation, we spoke about healthy territories. We, as Institute, the country moving on the recovery of this island. Here we have the images from after the Yota territories. We were able to go to Providencia, a mobilization of the different institutions of the country. Our institution having knowledge on this work to know what the post-hurricane conditions without the populations in terms of flora and fauna were affected, and also these social linkages in the communities in the face of nature. We worked for 1.5 years with different organizations. Today we have the maps. This is the response work. Today the island is not only resilient and healthy, but the one that was able to withstand a devastating hurricane, and 1.5 years afterwards is a resilient island. It's an island that is recovering. All the recovery processes of covering, natural covering, and the communities have been recovered, and they are using all the natural resources on the island. And this is a key an element to reflect on the vulnerability of conditions of vulnerability in the insular territories. I would like to talk about another of the principles of biodiversity, and this is how to generate a competitiveness factor as a key element for the awareness of biodiversity and as a factor of competitiveness. It's key to be able to work on this competitive element is to understand, rediscover cities as spaces of nature. From our institute, we have worked on different initiatives at the world level and at the urban standpoint. This is a forum calling for more than 200 cities reflecting on biodiversity. We also carried out an exercise during the pandemic to recognize through noises that there was a nature that they had not perceived before the pandemic. They started to see some animals that they had not seen previously in the city, and many people thought that nature started to come into the city, but rather that they became part of the city. We have sound recording of nature through sound during the lockdown critical moments, as well as in the processes of de-escalation of confinement, to be able to connect people with nature in the city. Now we are also working with the national government, working on some exercises of biobelief, of research on biodiversity through participatory science. This is one of the images. We wanted to show you some of the maps of how the nature sounded during confinement, with that perception of birds singing, frog sound, and how the perception of sound is once you are moving normally in the city. But nature is always there, and that's why it's important to connect with nature. When we recognize this nature, competition factors become aware, they become better for being aware of nature as a market element. It attracts special visitors to the cities, and this is the importance of being able to generate this competitiveness the elements. As a country in the Dominican Republic, where tourism plays an important role, and you recognize the importance of nature in the natural landscapes and biodiversity for tourism competitiveness in Colombia, there are two cases through the knowledge of birds in a bird fair in Cali, a work of getting to know the route and the city of these birds. For example, we have this small city, Cali, has more biodiversity than France, and some tourism packages on nature, very specialized, such as the route of perception of sounds of birds for people, for handicapped people, visually handicapped people in the city. There is a route for sound observation of bird for people that cannot see in Cali. And this has started to generate a market in the city. And also, this is not a story for a city. The knowledge on biodiversity in Colombia, for example, we developed one of the problems we have is deforestation of our forest in Colombia. We generated a product based on the market for bird observers through the world, and we use a platform that it's used by eBird, and we identified the areas with greatest potential for avid tourism in Colombia, for an already existing market for bird watcher around the world, and we connected this with the different deforestation areas in Colombia, and through coordination with Ministry of Tourism and Environment, we have developed opportunities with new business for bird watching in the areas with the most vulnerability in the country. There are other stories where the value of nature, of urban nature, starts generating competitiveness. It was a project that we carried out with the capital, Bogota. The next. It's a project that we developed with Bogota, where we concentrated in one of the most biodiverse in the city, and it was at the market. This is something common in the place, in the cities where you come from, and we have some reconnaissance of the city through a process of transformation and innovation of that biodiversity, connecting it with the different chefs in the city, and how use this biodiversity in the marketplace, in the markets through a gastronomic process, generating new products and networking and generating gastronomic routes in a very biodiverse space. In the city of Barranquilla, it's a coastal city, the third largest city in Colombia. It's also a city with growth projection and development, very big, where the biodiversity pact was signed. We're working with the mayor, the city hall, to mobilize that reconnaissance of urban mobility and through participatory science and generating new networking, new green businesses in the city based on that biodiversity with markets and new bird watching tourism, and also with the inclusion of one of the most strategic eco-cities, and that is mangroves that had been neglected, but now they had been included as new green space for the city. That exercise of biodiversity in Barranquilla is already having an impact, is a reality, is an exercise where a mayor mobilizes to generate a transformation of his city in terms of competitiveness, or also for the welfare of its inhabitants through reconnaissance of the city and nature. It's an invitation for you from your role you played from multilateral bank and from national and local governments through civil society to mobilize towards a transformational change on the planet. Cities must be at the heart of planet transformation. We are concerned as to how we are going to move towards a planet transformation. Sometimes we think that those changes are only possible through conservation of wildlife, wilderness, but the main change will be from the city into 2030, not only allowing for cities to include nature within its planning, but also how cities, through its demand, through conscious awareness by people as to how what we want as citizens, generates transformation at the planet level. And that's why biodiversity is the most important space for transformation into a sustainable planet. Thank you very much.
We had the participation of Mr. Hernando Garcia, the director of Humboldt Institute, who was with us presenting the biodiversities to the service of sustainable tourism. An applause for him. Before continuing, we want to tell you that there's a coffee break available during the whole morning. So please, if you want coffee or tea, please you go out of the room. As Mr. Garcia said, to arrive to the biodiversities, we need to know about this concept in order to promote conservancy and sustainable use of biodiversity and ecosystems, and to incorporate them in the organization of the territory to promote bioeconomy, science, technology, and a circular economy in order to have wellness and to fulfill the needs of sustainable development objectives. Now we need to receive the Director of Planning of the Ministry of Tourism, Mrs. Peña, about rethinking the tourism planification in the Dominican Republic. An applause for her, please. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here, to the authorities, especially in this day that is super productive and intense. I know that we are closing half of the government, and a lot of initiatives that started. And I want to say hello to students and to our friends, and to thank CAF and its president and new friends and collaborators, as I considered. After the presentation of Hernando, putting us in the regional context about biodiversities, I want to share some reflections and some challenges we have in the planning of our tourism destinations, and about the context structure. As we all know, we know that the Dominican Republic has become a successful case in worldwide after the pandemic. Also, the investment that implies the growth in the tourism activity in the Dominican Republic, and which represents a challenge about our real development, and tourism is a way to achieve it. And also I have some study cases. We have a successful case of tourism recovery. It's formalized after May 9, 2022, after the World Organization of Tourism recognizes that the Dominican Republic is the first country to recover in tourism after the pandemics. It's great for the Dominican Republic, which was very dark, and we thought it was a dark end for tourism activities. And in numbers, this means that the last 12 months we have received more than 6,000, about 6,500,000 tourism. In May, we had the best month of May in the Dominican Republic, in the history of the Dominican Republic, even more than 2019. It was May 2022 in the tourism economy of the Dominican Republic. And the investment in tourism in my directorate, we give the permissions for the investment, and also with a coffee tour director, after we give the permit, those projects pass to the step of tourism promotion. We have applications for tourism. We had 925 applications in these 2 years, with about 500 projects approved. We have 70% more applications than we had in the history, in the best month of the history of the amount of applications. That means we are increasing numbers and quantity, and also from our task of organizing the territory, it could be transformed into economic growth and social growth, and saving nature, which is essential for all activities, and especially for tourism activity. And these projects that had arrived for the promotion and incentive of the country, it's an indicator that the project has intentions to have buildings in the next 3 years. That means that some of the projects that are approved in my directorate not always start constructing, but these have been doing. That supposes about 10,000 new rooms and for an investment of more than $34 million. And for next approved projects, we are supposed to build about 15,000 more rooms. So we are going to have about more than 85,000 rooms. So how all these numbers that look so well, and we are proud about them, and we have all worked for them, not only the state but also the private sector. So how what does that mean in quality? How do we diversify as an interconnected destination with ecological values, cultural and social and local values? And that's one of the challenges of our directorate, to order the territory and diversify the tourism destinations. Here, not seeing the detail, but to see the timeline for territorial order. We have the important thing here is when we present the project of law for territorial order and unique regions of planification. But that took 10 years, and look how fast the investments go. They don't have the same rhythm. And if you see also the other laws, that indicates that we have to renew the tourism law. This is the map of the Dominican Republic, and these are the zones considered as priority in these legal frameworks. When the tourism industry starts in the 1970s, and then we continue to other parts of the island, not only at the coastal zones. And there are some other provinces that want to be declared as of interest, ecotouristic interest. In clear blue, these zones are regulated by the Ministry of Tourism to give permissions and also to decide about infrastructure and urban equipment. As you see, we have a challenge to extend the zones, the already regulated zones, and I wanted to show this map because in Puerto Plata and Pedernales, these are study cases that I'm going to show you. We are all here at the extreme east of the Dominican Republic in Altagracia province. We are working on a case in Puerto Plata, which was the first destination in DR, and also in Pedernales is our next challenge at local level and also for the Caribbean. And we have an additional challenge because it's next to Haiti. As we are planners, we have to check out on the growth. This map is of Puerto Plata. In clear blue, we have urban zones in the 80s, and the darker zones is how it got up to 2022. Puerto Plata stopped as a growing destination, so we have to reinvent, and we have to start making it regrow. Here in this destination, when we go to the southwest to Pedernales, the clear blue is up to 2003, and the dark blue is the growth up to 2022. Each time the government announces that the tourism is going to be promoted in Pedernales, it grows, the city grows, but we still don't have a lot of rooms. We have about 80 or 100 rooms. So imagine the government will allow 2,000 rooms. So you can imagine how it will grow. This is Punta Cana. This is the zone. We are looking for collaborations to enter, because I understand is one of the most interesting places, and with a territorial order. Look how Higüey grew, that clear blue point in 1986, and look how it grew up to 2022. The study cases I have today, the first one is Punta Bergantin. It's very interesting. That's why I wanted to show it to you. You put together development and creativity. So here we have a mix of urban development as a tourism destination and a creative economy. And it's really a very beautiful place. You are here, there in Punta Cana. Santo Domingo is in the center-south of the country, and Puerto Plata is in the north coast. This is a very special project, because the first effort the president asked us was to rethink a strategic plan for Amber Coast, as we call Puerto Plata, to reactivate that these tourism destinations with have more than 250 coastal line. This is Punta Bergantin, the one that I was showing. We have been having investments in Rio San Juan, Cabarete, Sosúa, Puerto Plata, Luperón, and but also for coastal security and for sanitary installations, or as interesting as project planning, which are not only regulating this zone, but also having master plans of how to grow in this territory. These were 9.6 million of square meters used by the sugar industry, and now becomes a part of the central bank, and then goes to the Bank of Reservas. And as Ministry of Tourism, we had to regulate it, but also to promote the vision, not to have it as a closed hotel development, but also urban development. If you don't know the coastal zone, and if you can come again, when I was a student, I went there to Cabarete. Is a very close tourism to the community. Sosúa is very close to the community, and the idea is to replicate this next to Playa Dorada, which is a more traditional community of hotels. There's also a very interesting real estate development in the last year, so it's kind of a hybrid, and we have the airport almost next to it. There are some environmental considerations of there are systems of flora and mangrove systems, and there were some installations, irrigation for the sugarcane production, and we have to make some re-engineering and infrastructure. This is a very basic zoning and very clear, that is presenting an interconnected project, and some hotels to support the investment, And also in point 8 we have like a downtown heart of the project, and in number 9 we hope to have the innovation center for the project, and which has been closely followed by the president and the minister of tourism. And here we are going to have a movie industry in the north to complement the other ones in the country, and the minister and the president are working with Vin Diesel as like a trademark to promote this place for movies to come and be produced here. Here we have like a golf course in number 12, and the idea is that it will serve as a green structure for walking and cycling to avoid small zones and closed zones in that part. And we are going to have a collaboration with the private business to work on that. This is the map that I'm interested in. We are going to have here downtown center, all the innovation center, and the movie, and the road to guarantee the primary infrastructure. That means that in the summer we are starting with the first steps, maybe in 1.5 months, and as you see, it's a spectacular place. It's called Punta Bergantine. And the second study case that I want to share with you is Pedernales. It's an unusual case. Carlos Peguero is the vice minister and is also the executive director of Pedernales project, more than further than the tourist project. We signed with the major to make a territorial plan for the municipality, because we wanted to plan the impact of the tourism success together with the community to be created or to grow exponentially. We have a challenge that we have to see as an opportunity for the tourism development in Pedernales. This is the urban space in Pedernales, a low scale, all levels, almost all levels. The coast is very interesting. At that river that you see there is the limit between us and Haiti. So it's a frontier city, and it's going to receive an important impact with the tourism development. Let's relocate give you directions again. So if we look closer, here we have a very compromised place at environmental level. At any level, there's a commitment at environmental level. Almost 70% of the whole province is a national park, is a protected place, and also is part of the protected biosphere declared by UNESCO. So there's a very clear consciousness that we are entering a very fragile territory, and very exotic and very different than any postcard you have seen of the Caribbean. Here we are going to make the first tourism spot, which is called Cabo Rojo, where we are going to have 12,000 rooms announced, and also a cruise port. And here it is the other city, the city of Pedernales, which is 20 minutes away. Closer, look closer, the territory. The urban zone is about 15,000 inhabitants, and the projection will be that in 2013 it will have 37,000 persons. So together with Cabo Rojo, it will grow to 60,000 for the first step, for the first phase of the project. This here, it's almost is very close to the city in the frontier, the city on the Haitian side, for all this place to be protected, and not to have all this growth with planification. Cabo Rojo will have an investment of $3,000 million. This year, 1,000 for the water treatment plant of public investment. And this is a part of the municipality topic. Here you can see agricultural lots, the river, the city, and there's a floating space next to the river, and it's an hydrographic basin that is shared with Haiti. So the topic of water is very important for Cabo Rojo and the whole municipality, for all the institutions that have been working with this. So our first work has been to understand all that happens in the province, what we should conservate. All this red zone is a protection of the waters and the whole basin, the high level, low level, medium level, and also the maritime line, because it's the line that will model the relationship between the coast and the project, and also the city with the coast. But is the line of the border of the city to show us how it should grow, how should be the environment, the scale, the architecture, and the experience of the person that says or that commits to stay in Pedernales. We have divided it into zones. I'm not going to talk about all the decisions taken, but I'm going to enumerate all the strategies focusing on the rural panorama and the urban concept. We hope to find more than 500,000 inhabitants and buildings, but it's at rural scale. When we talk about environmental protection and tourism, that's a scale that we have to take into account. The protected areas, and also number 3 is the strategy for the maritime front and urban connectivity with Cabo Rojo, and also we have been studying the infrastructures of waters and the structures of the projects. And we can talk about that more during lunch. We need to have an infrastructure as a complementary service to the hotel industry. For each hotel, for each employment you create, direct employment in hotels, we create a 4 indirect employments. Next to this sea border that touches the recreation place, and also the protection, the buffing area next to the frontier with Haiti. And let me show you this some images. We are going to live here 60 meters away from the coast. That's not the structure. It's just to understand the scale of the buildings and how does it relates to the beach area. These are units of more expanded areas. This has been a challenge because we had a lot of variation of the territory, and we have to protect all the areas that belong to all of us. We have to take into account that urban and territorial planification always start with environmental planning and also with the human spaces. In the Dominican Republic, we know that we need to diversify our tourism offer. Numbers are really great, but we are still working for them to be even better. And we know that our the development depends on that diversity and diversification and the inclusion of communities, and also the planification of new tourists. The destination should evolve from that idea of growing to the idea of integral development for a sustainable future for all the Dominicans and for all the persons who work for it. Thank you very much, and I finish with this.
Thank you very much for the Directive of Planning of the Dominican Republic Minister of Tourism for that very interesting presentation. In like manner, we thank you, the presence of those that have continued to enter the room, and those that are also following us on the web. I also remember you that we have simultaneous interpretation, English, Spanish, Spanish, English, and also we have sign language for those that will need it. We would also want to remind you that you have, if you're going to share your images, there's a hashtag for this using Instagram and Twitter addresses for this. To continue, we are going to start with our dialogue block. The Dominican Republic, as Janet Peña said, has consolidated in the last years as a referent for recovery post-COVID through the enhancement of its competitive advantages in the tourism sector, thanks to the efforts for respectful zone and with the environment through the leadership of planning and project and coordination with the municipalities. This development is linked to the quality of their natural landscapes. We're going to start our first dialogue, which is the zoning in the coastal areas. I'm going to invite Segu to who works at the Rockefeller Brazilian Center. Thank you. We're going to invite also Alison Wiggins, who is the joint manager for zoning in Barbados. We also invite Misuki Mota, the Division of Zoning and Cities and Municipalities of the Dominican Republic. And also joining us as a moderator of this dialogue is Eli Martinez, in charge of beach management of the Ministry of Tourism of the Dominican Republic. All of them are women. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for accompanying us today. in this very interesting work day for the Forum of Biodiversity. There are certain things I'd like to use some notes that I wrote when the speakers were speaking. First, in this morning, we have said that about 11% of the world population is near the sea. Evidently, we understand that other important activities also developed around this for development of the populations that are using these spaces. In these spaces are some 11 meters above sea level, and that's why they are very exposed to climate change and the effects we live in. Also, the data that we had from the Humboldt report published recently, where it was determined that the damages to capital in these territories because of flood and risk will duplicate into 2030. These are data related to what we already live in. And also that population is projected to grow some 300% more. We understand that this is a reality that we as experts on territory pose a big challenge to work. And in the face of this reality, I'd like to highlight the conceptual note of this forum. What I consider that one of the most important challenges for coastal cities is managing efficiently these challenges we've seen with climate change without losing competitiveness in the tourism sector, to continue to develop this activity and being able to provide the benefits that this activity gives to the city populations that are linked to these spaces. I'd like first to start to ask you, from your experience, what do you think that efficient ordering of the territory should tackle, knowing that on the territory we see realities that are divergent? For example, the need and the reality of population growth and the need to safeguard resources, human resources. I think we can start. Thank you, all of you. From the Ministry of Economy and Planning Development of the Dominican Republic, which is the space from where I contribute, we bet on a whole vision, integrating vision on a specific activity, which is tourism, but for this holistic approach from the Ministry of the Planning, we are looking at the human settlement where the people live, have the tissue that around the tourism, for example, but also the connectivity systems that generate those relationships between the inhabitants and the capacity to support that. That's why the systemic approach of seating, we also talk about the fact that we have spoke about the fact that from the Ministry of my division, we are conceptualizing what ruler is in our country. We've seen some definition through Latin America that are related to a topic of population and service, but we have laws from the cities that say that the head territory of the city are the urban areas. And if we look at this, there are certain things that we have to take into consideration for this to help the development policies such as tourism. It must be multidisciplinary. These elements should point to the fact that our realities are complex, and in the city halls, not only for those that come from the sister countries, but in Dominican Republic, you understand that there are deficiencies that we have to tackle in the area of capacity building on the multidisciplinary realities, and also the preventive character of zoning that positions itself in the present towards future uncertainty. We are going, and we know that uncertainty is in our lives, and a zone and policy should not be divorced from this reality. I think that it's important to also involve citizens from all levels. This consultation level, but also from the sector government, but also going to the people impacted by this reality, not only in decision making, but also having awareness and monitoring of those policies. Thank you, Misuki.
Buenos días a todos. Gracias por invitarme a este foro. Soy de una pequeña isla con
Thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel. I come from Mexico. I'm for the city of Monterrey, and as I would say, in terms of coast, what we have in the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic and the Pacific and the Caribbean, we share beaches that are very similar to those that I've been able to enjoy here. And we have a big challenge because we have a big biodiversity in the south and southwest. There is a lot of diversity in Mexico, but in the north, this has been decreasing, and it's fundamental that we start to see not only the conservation matter of biodiversity, but also regeneration and rehabilitation of this biodiversity. It is our pleasure to hear what I have heard here up to this moment. at this conference. I think it's fundamental, the topic of integrality, as has been mentioned, the issue of citizen participation, because given the situation we're going through, you're not going to be able to advance and tackle the challenges of climate change if we don't do this with citizen participation, evidently with support from the people that generate knowledge, from the government, etc. But it is important that this urgency of the action towards the challenges imposed by climate change be permeated to citizenry, and it is they that start transforming the actions. I think that a fundamental issue in this is the question as to how to understand the zoning, and also the issue of population. If we talk and housing, if we go back to the map that was shown along the border, Pedernales, the color that predominated was yellow, the population zone. When we talk about tourism issue, we forget about this issue that is fundamental, and that is not only basic, but that it is what allows us to have this landscape we have, the housing for the people. I think that understanding housing from a more holistic approach, integrated not only to tourism but as part of the whole development, it's fundamental. And this leads us to understand that citizens working on a day-to-day basis on the different sectors have to be integrated to this development. Personally, I think this isolated development that our countries have witnessed in our beaches must be transformed. We have to seek new paradigms that will allow us to be more resilient, and that will allow us to adapt. What we're going through, unfortunately, is not going back. We have to learn to improve our way to relate with the environment, but also as to how we are adapting to this and how we're going to be able to live as communities on the planet, that we are ourselves pushing towards more extreme conditions. Regarding heat, it's a phenomenon that is going through the world, the increase of temperatures around the world because of the amount of materials absorbed, and this increased heat. It's important to raise awareness as to this phenomenon and work towards raising awareness for diminishing this heat that could help us improve also productivity in the cities and also the health of the people. Heat is one of the phenomena of climate crisis that kills the most people. It's silent, but you can prevent it. It's one of the tasks that we have as heat office, and is one of the things that can be acted upon. We're talking about generating actions, and I think it's fundamental from the clear zoning of this proposal, how we work on the territory. We have lots of ideas, but we have to put them to work and start transforming what's happening already on the field. And regarding this important challenge that you mentioned, it's a question that I put to you to be the first one to the name of the office is very attractive, being in charge of the heat office in that area. This is not far from what is happening in our countries in Latin America. What do you think the principal challenges that professional leaders in the areas and territories have regarding heat and tackling the issues that have been raised because of the increase in temperature. For example, the decrease of comfort and also sargassum on the Mexican coast and the rest of the Caribbean. I think that an important challenge and a road that we must follow is the lack of action in this direction. We need to acknowledge this problem, and I think it's very important as part of what the Resilience Center is doing is to generate this network around the world to be able to share knowledge, experiences, that information is generated. I think that it's fundamental that all these zones, the sharing, we talk about some of the communities. Yesterday we were talking about how the islands on the Caribbean had lost contact amongst themselves. And that happened in the 19th century, but they started to be lost in the 20th. I think that we need to restart this connection, particularly when you have so many things in common. So amongst cities, countries, it's very important that we work on this issues jointly. We cannot continue to talk about a city work. It's very limited. We have to talk about at the regional level. We have to talk of a continental effort and global, because what we are generating is a global damage. So we have to be aware of what each one is doing on a daily basis that will have an impact at the global level. It could be thought of as science fiction, which you have small things and nothing happen around the world, but there are things happening around the world. The small things we do on a daily basis have an impact on the world, and I think that's what we have a challenge to be able to bring awareness of the capacity we have to contribute and the capacity we have also to damage. We don't have to be seen to behave well. We have to start on a generating task from our positions, and I think that vision, if it's permeated to the leaders, will be easier to start bringing this down to citizens. And this is the way to position these offices in the specific municipalities so that they'll have generate an impact at the country, regional, and continental level. We have 5 women until now in Miami, Athens, Freetown, Santiago, in Chile, and Monterrey in Mexico. I think that bringing awareness on the one side, generating knowledge and actions. The third would be actions that would diminish the heat on the islands. This is naturalizing the cities, not only reforesting. I think it's a more powerful action with naturalizing what we have constructed, paved, and the city of Monterrey. Unfortunately, it's a very paved city, and the biodiversity has been lost extremely. It has beautiful mountains. I invite you to come visit us. There's lots of heat there, and also cold. When we don't have well-defined season. You can have in the morning 10 and in the afternoon 40. So there are extreme things happening. We are going through the effect of climate change. It's already happening. And also sargassum is a show of what is happening, and we have to work together towards common solutions. Thank you. One of the things that I think are very important about what you mentioned is the importance of information and the importance of information in nature. Alison, estabas mencionando.
Voy a volver a hablar contigo, Alison, sobre la naturaleza y quiero que nos digas, nos hables un poco más de la información para definir el concepto en zona costera en el caso de Barbados y cómo se define. Es el espacio entre la tierra firme y el mar. Entonces lo que hicimos en los 90 fue que empezamos a ver como la zona costera sobre esa base de esa definición, pero empezamos a cambiar eso a partir de 2015 a 2019. Teníamos una definición legal, pero ¿cómo la aplicamos en tierra? ¿Cómo se la define en el campo? Entonces hicimos estudios para determinar cuál es la zona costera. Entonces, como mencioné, hicimos estudios con un avión que hicimos estudios topográficos y también los solares. Entonces vimos cuáles eran nuestros recursos costeros, porque eso es lo que usted quiere proteger. Usted tiene las playas, las partes pendientes, con pendientes. Entonces hay que tener estas partes que para que le den servicio en tierra y tiene que saber dónde está y todas estas cosas. ¿Cuáles son nuestros recursos costeros para la zona costera? ¿Cuáles son las cosas que queremos preservar? Queremos preservar nuestros espacios altos o nuestros arrecifes y luego si preguntamos cuáles son el impacto potencial del clima, con qué tan lejos llegaría un tsunami. Y luego de eso, entonces añadimos una zona de amortiguamiento sobre la base de las predicciones de los paneles intergubernamentales sobre el cambio climático y también cuáles recursos utilizaríamos en 200 en el 2020, los 2020. Entonces, después de todas estas estimaciones, podemos ver qué tan lejos podemos ir dentro del mar y dentro de la tierra y ahí creamos lo que consideramos la zona costera y qué queremos preservar en esa área. Entonces, sabemos que tenemos 166 millas cuadradas, pero teníamos que hacerlo para asegurarnos de que preservamos nuestra zona costera y como dijimos desde nuestro departamento de gestión, es una zona costera de la que estamos orgullosos, donde vivimos, donde jugamos. Eso es lo que tenemos que preservar. Tienen que tener información científica para definir su zona costera, sus playas, cuevas, etcétera. Y también cómo afectaría el cambio climático y lo que podría afectar un tsunami desde el año, desde unos cientos de años no hemos tenido tsunami, pero sabemos que Barbados es un país bajo y tenemos que añadir todos esos criterios a eso y creo que hemos hecho un buen trabajo sobre eso. Gracias, Alison.
And last question, Misuki, and we're going to close up the panel. Knowing the importance of information on nature, how the information, it also delimitates our action spaces, and we have to add to this the components of risk that actually we see in terms of climate change, also the elevation of the sea, the search of resilient spaces that are so dynamic. And I'd like to know regarding this how you see from your position as director of the area having to do with zoning at the city level, local city, and that must be worked of these different scales and these different components within planning of the and zoning of the territory, especially in coastal cities. From the ministry, we have been working from three levels of planning, which are the scales we understand that are shared competence. Zoning is a co-responsibility of all players, but from the national scale, we have worked on the national plan of zoning that contemplates the microlines as the use of land and only for monitoring protected areas and areas of interest, but also coastal areas, because we understand they are a very fragile territories that has been said this morning that must be protected. We are also working on the this issue at the national level, and this is building the ecosystem of players that is dispersed. Many of the sectors such as tourism, public works, and other systems having to do with water and electricity have an impact on the territory, but not only on a coherent territorial framework. So the system would like to include, as the director said, the aim is to integrate actions at the territory, increasing public investment that in the last year is not impacting correctly on the quality of life of inhabitants. From the regional level, that is something that might look spread. We have, for example, the project for planning at the regional level. We have ministries having different ways to see the territory. The Ministry of Education has a way of regionalization. The Ministry of Health and other ministry have a different approach to tackle territoriality. And this law, what it seeks is precisely to regionalize the country for planning reasons. This is important because it's what, so at the Congress level, they think that this is for political, electoral reasons, but the idea is to be able to render compatible this information of the public level, this disaggregation of the different scales. But for this public investment be territorializing public policies, and from the local point that has taken front stage and the cities, and the important to be able to act on this, local governments respecting their policies, but working and accompanying them in this process of zoning from the technical standpoint and the instrument, but also conducting study as to how strong are our planning offices in the municipalities, because we know that it's an office that has very ambitious roles to play that are not being met, and it's one of, and also the financial issue. We understand, we know that our country has a transfer system from the national system that is not enough for local governments, and find a creative mechanism that will raise funds from this territory to be invested in infrastructure works on green infrastructure policies, contemplated diversity, inclusion, gender, and we are also working on a pilot program on the new urban agenda that was announced in 2016. This agenda, the country is a signatory. It's the first time the country commits to to do this, and from the planning minister, we are starting on this pilot program in cities. Higüey is one of them because of its growing conditions, and they presented a map of the tourist anthropic tourism. But when we see this in the housing industries and other areas, this path starts telling us, revealing new discoveries. For example, not planned growth sectors where informal growth is not being served, and other issues that have to do with the national territory and risk management. We are aiming for all the scales because it must be an integral system that will integrate the civil society and government, and this is something very complex, and all of us should work together. That is true. It's a very complex challenge, and I'd like to put a final question that I'd like the three of you to answer. We talk about generally the challenges and the things that we are yet to do, but I think that we have spoken a lot during this time, and I think that you that are accompanying me have lots of experiences in your sectors. I'd like to start with this question. Beyond the challenges that we still have to overpass in terms of territorial zone and coastal zones, I would like to know briefly what do you see that has advanced in promoting this from the start of your work to the day today? What I've seen, the advances, I think there is a critical mass that is growing on this issue. The issue has taken center stage at the public level, and that we need to continue to work from academia, raising interest and modifying the study plan. For example, in architecture and urbanism, taking into consideration what is happening in the territory and how what is happening can have a dialogue with academia from the research institute, and how academia can be more present in these scenarios. This is evidence of this. We have students from the Dominican universities that are involved in this process, and from public administration advances, for example, that have taken some 10 years for approval. I think that the new law on zoning gives us new opportunities to audit the system. We think that the local governments are interested in training. We have good training plans, and we think that we have good human capital, and I think that the future looks promising for those that are interested in championing these issues.
Lo que ha funcionado para nosotros es tener el compromiso
Ello.
del gobierno para asegurarnos de que mantenemos políticas, planes, reglamentos que se completen las necesidades de nuestra población. Hemos investido millones no solo en la infraestructura, sino también en educar la población. Por ejemplo, la mayoría de mis empleados tiene maestrías en planificación en costas, ingeniería. Tenemos un grupo de personas bien calificadas. Trabajamos con agencias internacionales como el Banco de Desarrollo. Siempre estamos tratando de construir el próximo paso y estamos lo más actualizados, y también abrazamos nuestra comunidad. Tenemos que ir a nuestras escuelas, tenemos que ir a las comunidades y hacerlos conscientes y también tenemos que obtener conocimiento de parte de ellos porque muchos lugares están en esas zonas, la población y saben a veces más de lo que nosotros sabemos. Nosotros vemos el mundo científico y económico, pero la comunidad vive ahí, trabaja ahí, entonces saben dónde es que hacia dónde van las mareas. Entonces, únase a la comunidad, únase a la ciencia y haga que trabajen juntos. Entonces, averigüe el pasado y asegúrese de que funcione para el futuro. Pero su gobierno tiene que darle su compromiso, los recursos para que, sus recursos, para que usted pueda llegar a alcanzar sus metas. Y la aplicación de la ley es algo de lo que no hablamos, pero la aplicación de la ley es muy importante. Sí, tenemos una ley, pero tenemos que asegurarnos de que se cumpla. Los reglamentos en Barbados nos aseguran de que no solo preservamos la zona costera, pero que lo preservamos nuestro país para el futuro, de que somos resilientes y de que enfrentamos el desafío del cambio climático que va cambiando. Tenemos el asunto del sargazo, del calor, de las altas temperaturas, cómo protegemos los arrecifes de coral para que nos ayuden. Entonces tienen que unirse el gobierno, las personas y los recursos.
I agree with all that has been said. I would only add that I've seen a change in our children. I think they have a different mindset regarding what is happening with the environment. They have a different relationship, and this is very hopeful as to what they will be able to do. We're leaving them a very complicated assignment. I think they got lots of energy, and also the alliances at the international level focused on action, and I think this is fundamental. We were talking about CAF. It's important what has been done there and what their ambition. I think it's very important, and I would add also that the information that is circulating is very important. We have access to much more information. It could be negative or positive, but I think that we can tap it into a positive level and have these sources of information and examples that have been successful in other places, and we can adapt them to our cities and regions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your knowledge with us in matters of zoning in the coastal line. Thank you.
Well, we had the participation of our guests in this panel and dialogue called Zoning in Coastal Areas. Thank you to Mrs. Suki Mota, Alison Wickens, and the coordinator, Amelia Martinez. An applause for them. And let's continue with our agenda. As an important part is to emphasize in the exchange of experiences, good practices, and the challenges of areas in the region. We are going to talk about the restorations and natural assets for sustainable tourism. Please pass to the front. Mr. Emiliano Torres, who is the mayor of Bocas del Toro, Panama. An applause. Welcome. Mrs. Carmen Paz, mayor of San Nicolas in Honduras. Mrs. Maribel Escobar, mayor of La Palma in Salvador. Mr. Carlos Martinez, mayor of Nicoya, Costa Rica. and as moderator, Mr. Oscar Rueda, Director of the Executive Presidency of CAF. Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Good morning, everyone, especially to the participants in this dialogue. Up to now, we have followed the schedule, and I hope you give me precise responses. 3 minutes for each one of the questions posed. I'm fortunate to moderate this panel because I have two lady mayors and gentleman mayor. They have common topics and different topics. At my left, Carlos Martinez. Let's start with Carmen, with Carlos, and then Carmen. In common, they are teachers. So after, like Carlos, directing schools as being as a principal, now they are directing their municipalities. But I'm not going to forget they have been teachers, because this is very important in this process. I have then Maribel, which is the mayor of La Palma, El Salvador. She has a merit, a very big one. She worked for the Peace Corps, and she studied because of that and the international relations and in solution of disputes, which is needed today. And Emiliano Torra, the mayor of Bocas del Toro, Panama. I was reading his CV, and it's interesting. Emiliano has an advantage. He's been in contact with tourism. He knows tourists. He was the captain of his boat to transport tourists, and then he started a restaurant in the island of Barquisimeto, and now he's the mayor. I think it's merit, and second, he has a very specific knowledge of the condition of the tourist and our natural attractions and offer and demand. Also, there's another characteristic of coincidence. Their municipalities or departments are a frontier, are in the frontier. In Bocas del Toro is a frontier with Costa Rica. In Carlos' case, in Costa Rica is a frontier with Nicaragua. Maribel in El Salvador is in the frontier with Honduras, and Carmen with Guatemala. So that's important for us. CAF, it's the bank of integration, and it started with this proposal to integrate the countries of the Andean area, but now it's extended, so it's called Latin American and Caribbean Bank. So has a special interest in the frontiers on the integration topic. So we saw the project of Pedernales in a complex frontier with responsibilities and commitments, which is the case of Haiti. I'm going to pose a question. And let's start following the alphabet of the surnames. Maribel, please, I'll give you 3 minutes to tell us about your municipality. I'm Maribel Escuadra, mayor of La Palma in El Salvador. We are art, culture. We have the naive art, this embroidery, in the also in the seeds of copinol that you see in my blouse. Also, we have ecotourism, the mountains, which are the highest in El Salvador, where you can enjoy freshness, fresh climate, and good food. And the third economic X is agriculture. We provide the market of the biggest one in Salvador, called La Tiendona, and several supermarkets, Walmart, a national one. Those are the three axes of development in our municipality. And we have a lot of people, very charismatic people. You are all invited if you want to come. Our doors are open. Also, the municipality and the mayor office, the mayor hall, and also to enjoy an excellent coffee, because we have 15 winners at the national level. We have one of the best coffees in El Salvador and in Central America. Thank you. Thank you, Maribel. Carlos? Thank you for the invitation to the organization and for the hospitality in the Dominican Republic. I come from Costa Rica, the Pura Vida logo country, where we are most of the time happy. And I represent a department called Nigoya, near Nicaragua at the north. We are the second department. It's has a population about of 65,000. We have 7 districts inside the department. We have some rural departments, some coastal departments, which are Samara and Osara, which are known because they have a lot of tourists interested in wellness. Is diverse in at the level of agriculture and cattle raising. We have a lot of corn, and there's a specialty there. We are one of the blue zones in the country. If you go there if you move there and live there, I can guarantee you are going to live for more than 90 years. So there are 5 blue zones in the world, and Nigoya is one of them. So people have there more possibilities to live more and better. There are some basic principles. First, to have a life proposal and or a spiritual proposal, family links, wellness, and the community, and some good food habits, health food habits, and also mobility. We move more naturally, and that makes us live more. So I'm from Nigoya, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. Carmen, have a nice day. Thanks, CAF, for this opportunity to have exchanges with the experts that were here before. As local governments, we have a big responsibility. I'm from San Nicolas of Santa Barbara Department, one of the 18 departments of Honduras. At the west of the country, we don't have beaches. We are settled in the mountains. The first economic product is about a sixth production. We have about 15,000 inhabitants. The first product is coffee. We have depended on monocultivation and we have problems with because of Roya, the low production of coffee that has affected our economy. The second product in our region, we have the best homemade bread. It's wonderful. The donuts are good, are different from the rest of the country, but it has another impact. But the ovens made of soil, and that needs wood, and that affects the ecological system. Those are the two products of our municipality, but have an impact on the ecosystem. We have for the consumption this product, this bread for the consumption of the municipality, but just a small part for exportation. So we have a low scale economy. We are here to share with all of you, and we are more committed than when we arrived here after hearing you. The mayor of Boca del Toro. Before starting, I have the initiative to thank God for having us here, for having me here. I want to thank my people, Boca del Toro, who elected me for 5 years, and I've been there for 3 years representing them already. My district has a population of 16,000 inhabitants. It's an archipel. It's a corner of Panama. We have 9 islands, 51 little islands, and with names, and more than 200 little islands of mangroves without names. In my way of being a mayor, of becoming a mayor, I was a tourist guide. I was part of the dynamics of tourism in Boca del Toro. Due to a natural disaster, an earthquake in 1990, Boca del Toro improved at world level. The impact, after that impact, then our beaches started to be offered. So it's the second district more visited in Panama. I'm happy to be part of it and be the major, and I'll try during these 5 years to have a footprint. So we are all passing by, and I want to have a footprint and a model there. All these mayors in this forum, they end in office in 2024. So they have just 2 years more to work. And let's see if they can apply some of the things they will learn in CAF, and also for the Nature Conservancy. You finish in 2024, and Carmen Alicia ends in 2026. Mari Carmen has been will have been a mayor for 12 years. She's starting her 8th year, or 9th. So it's some kind of democratic dictatorship with under consent. So the first time she won for 20 votes, the second for 100, and the third one for 1,800. So maybe she will continue for a 4th period. So she has a good opportunity to apply what she could learn here. And I think she has been reelected because she works well. After we heard what you thought, what Carlos said about Nigoya, that is a blue zone, what Ponce de Leon didn't get of by Ponce de Leon with the youth found. Well, Nicoya got it. So there's a congress of 5 zones. They have Japan, Italy, California. We are talking about the most important thing in nature, which is human life. So that's one of the worries of biodiversity, the wellness expressed in a lot of years of human life. If I don't breathe the best air, I cannot have a long life. I cannot. It's difficult to have a long life. Nigoya means between two waters, and that's strange because Nigoya has problems with water supply, and in some time they thought the industry of development was teca, but they have a problem. They have a lot of teca, and teca dries earth, so no water, and teca drying the soil. So Carlos, water is essential for growing in biodiversity. What are you planning to do? We have several things. One is the environment, and we depend on the creation and sustainable development. We think the next generations should have the opportunity to enjoy the resources we have now. The water deficit affects the whole Guanacaste province. It's a national problem. So it should be faced. The water, it's controlled by an institution called the aqueduct. Some localities have small offices that manage their potable water. From the mayor's office, we have been supporting these small offices in our territory. We have been helping them, financing them, and we see that some programs are priorities on extension, on giving potable water to some communities, and we are organizing communities because some of these small offices were small groups, and we have joined people, so we can have an office for several towns. For example, in some towns we have an office for 200 people, but when we join the towns, then these offices can manage 800 persons. We also promote environmental campaigns. Tomorrow, for example, is the day for the tree day. So tomorrow we are going to plant some of the basins of water. We are working on reservoirs with a plan to adapt to water deficit. These are some of the actions that we are taking from the municipality, from the mayor's office. And also environmental education is very particular in Costa Rica. Maribel? In your zone, in your municipality, there's a history. It was affected by the civil war, let's call it like that. La Palma had an important role because the conversations that ended in the Chapultepec Peace Treaty started there. That's a historic part in an area with a tourism importance for the peace. It's a tourism municipality. It lives out of tourism, as Maribel told us. But it has a problem, as I read, of garbage, garbage management. So it can damage the nature because you have mountains and you have sport activities and some handcrafting production. So how are you going to deal with that, with the garbage management? Well, that is Mayor's office a problem. I asked for international help, as we are a highly agriculture productive area. Vegetables and coffee also. We want to close the gap, not to depend on agrochemicals for as fertilizers, but as bio fertilizers. But when we started to substitute the fertilizers by the
Grass.
by the chickens, the chicks, we had problems with flies. The palma, it's inside the it has the protection of the biosphere that is included in the several countries of Central America. So we are not thinking about only La Palma, but also in other municipalities in this area, in this region, because the 45 municipalities that are part of the this protected area, we are going to start practicing agroecology. So we are going to have the first biogester. We are going to prevent the production of flies, but biopathogens. Some of the some of the farmers, they don't want to start, so we have to educate them. We are going to create zoning regulations. We want to create a municipality as bio cities, but we cannot start with the infrastructure if we have not the territorial zoning. And also we have to touch the biocultivation. We are using we were using the biodegradable materials. I don't know if you know the worms, but that creates another problem. In September or October, we are going to have the first biogester, and be for sure that we are going to inaugurate it together with planning. Carmen Alicia. We were talking about something special and specific. Sorry, specific is the bread. The best bread is the one of San Nicolas, but the ovens use wood, and also that you use wood for some other works. So how can we control deforestation? If we work in our kitchens with wood and that bread is taken to other municipalities, and a lot of works that you do with wood that are part of the economy of the municipality, so of your department. So we need a lot of wood every day, so that means we need trees. We have a tradition of for that people who sell wood, they cut the whole tree, but now we are just cutting some branches, and we use these branches for baking. And in our municipality, the effects of working the making of furniture made of wood, it generates an impact, and it's not only wood from San Nicolas but also the regions. There's an organization now, the people who work with wood. We are talking to them because we need to have some management of the wood, because we know there's a part of the population that depend on the use of wood. So the mayor's office have in the different areas of the community, urban communities, some nurseries, forest nurseries, and some areas of conservation. We keep before summer, it's something cultural in Central America. They burn the trees before cultivating, and that also damages a part of the forest, natural forest. And we have a work there, and the round is like a road. You keep it clean to avoid the fire to pass from one side to the other. And there are also persons who take care of the woods. And we are working on natural regeneration of trees. So together with the population, organized through the community water boards and the coffee producers in 2 organizations, and we also plant a lot of trees for shadow, and then we use that wood. We have to say it clearly that the effects and the impact of such a deforestation had consequences. Iota hurricane left us as a vulnerable municipality. 90% of the municipality, we had some mud moving, because we are a mountain zone. So today the municipality is looking for strategic allies to help us build a territorial zoning plan, and also to issue the resolutions, local resolutions for the population. And we have to check on that, because sometimes the population rejects them. So we need to have also laws from the Congress. So governments have to decide, and also we have to empower the mayor's office have to be empowered of that. We have been working with eco-friendly practices. We have been talking to our producers to recover the ancestral practices, to diminish a little bit that environmental impact, and to guarantee that we could have trees for wood. and we have been working with FAO, and also with a project for the climate and the empowerment of women. And with an organization, we are working on the planning to achieve those goals. And with coffee producers, we created systems of agroforestry. We have to look after what the ecosystems can give us. We are not an ecotouristic um, town, but we are thinking about the rural tourism and the experimental tourism that could arrive to this population to try the homemade bread and to walk in the coffee farms and to experience the whole process from the cultivation up to the coffee cup. We needed to make our population resilient. The producer of coffee has been learning, and we have to be resilient to climate change. And from the local government, we have to promote all these agricultural practices and to create an awareness for our forestry, agroforestry, and agriculture and cattle producers and systems could be incorporated as part of our population. We are talking about biodiversity, and the word, most important word, is sustainability. Not sustainable, but sustainable. Sustainable is what you could to defend. You can defend that thesis, but it's sustainable. It's what you need to keep and maintain. These stories of the municipalities are very interesting, their strengths and also their weaknesses. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about the environmental sustainability, but also the social one, the cultural one, the economic one are important elements. Without that, we don't include the tourism. We have some etnias, Niobis, the Ewuris, and in my country I see what I see in my country. How can we integrate these etnias to the touristic process? How they make we make us the stars of the process without losing their identity. We don't want to show etnias as a touristic product, but why do you go to a place? Because you want to see what is particular to that place, what is different from other places. And for me, that's one of the most important things, what you have to conservate. How do you integrate the etnia Niobe and you make them participants and also to benefit from that tourism? And these etnias are very rich in ancestral knowledge, and they should transmit it to the next generations. How do you do about it? That process started about 30 years ago. The municipality grew each year in the tourism. We have a problem in Boca del Toro. I cannot talk only about the nice things. I have to talk also about the bad or ugly things. Part of the problems is that the population is irresponsible. They haven't understood the importance of having nature conservancy, and part of it has been the Niobe ethnia or race. We have tried to incorporate that ethnia and to make them aware and understand all the management and the way to take care of the system. The Neobase, they have incorporated and they started with some activities in their communities. Today, the Niobe ethnia has understood that the tourist pays a lot of money to see a colored frog, crocodile, caiman. We have planned to make some rural ways, rural roads, to show them how the indigenous people live their religion, their religious life, how they are fed, and the tourist is interested in that ecological life. We also have Afro descendants in Basquimeto, and their language is English, but is a net language of Boca del Toro, and they are interested. Tourists are interested in visiting the people. The people are have a good treatment for tourists. Sometimes they, after they meet people, they try to stay more days. So we try to include the indigenous population, the Afro-descendant population, in these programs for them to protect the nature, that it lasts in time, and it's the only thing that will grant us the opportunity to for the life of our descendants. Humboldt Institute asked me to ask, by the way, Maribel, which is our sponsor. Maribel is the mayor of La Palma, where there's a cultural attraction, which is also a museum where they show some pictures of painters with a lot of colors, and the painter had different phases in his creative development, and they had a process in war, and during the war he lost a friend during war, and he was expressing that in the painting, but it's not dark, it's like a reminiscence. So I think that's a touristic attraction also for La Palma. That painter was born in San Salvador, but he lived most of his life in La Palma, and he created the Panamanian artistic way. So Maribel, it's a particular. You are part of the biosphere, transfrontier biosphere, integrating 3 countries, Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, which is called Trifinio Fraternity. How do you put together a municipality that lives out of tourism with the conservation of biosphere, but with that particularities? But if the visit is not well managed, that could be an attempt against you as protectors of nature. our municipality is not a touristic attraction, but we are also the center of the issue of the biosphere. We are the only biosphere reservations formed by 3 countries in Latin America. In La Palma, what we have been doing for a year is awareness, because if we don't start as here, that we are making this forum to make all the shareholders aware to protect our environment and to take advantage of our natural resources in all our municipalities, and also to achieve local development. So that's what CAF is doing at another scale. At local level, this meeting with hotel managements and merchants, and here I have with me a businesswoman of the touristic enterprises. We have a tourism potential, but we have to start working and with the conservation of all the resources. So we started working on the environmental topic and to start taking care of our environment. So we receive the tourists, but we have the problem of the garbage. So some tourists, they come and then they use things and they throw the garbage in our streets or in the forest. So we started, not all of them, but some of them. So we had all the materials in the streets, all the publicity, all the ads in the streets. We take them out and we put them in the most important places of the municipality where the tourists visit, and also in downtown and in the so we then saw that we had a youth population. Most young people in the municipality of La Palma, they are starting startups. So what do you want to start up? Are you going to use the natural resources? We cannot start constructing and taking out all the trees. So we started educated them with INJUVE, which is the Youth Institute of El Salvador. That program is called Employ Yourself When Young. So they should be educated in taking advantage of all their intellectual capabilities, and what are the plans? How could you keep alive in the municipality but being eco-friendly with the municipality, not to build or to develop a hotel or a restaurant and forget about the environment, but because that was happening. So the key is awareness, and we have different participants. We have NGOs as International Plan, the United Kingdom Embassy in the panorama, because we are talking to our tourists and the businessmen that we could use all the panoramas in our municipality. If you visit us, we have a special characteristic. We are not only mountains. When you are in the low plains, you can see the crop fields. We are working also with the agriculture, with the planters, farmers, to have agro-touristic routes. So we are giving vegetables. We are providing vegetables to the rest of the country, but we can show the tourism the tourists our farms and our planting houses. We are also making the cultivators aware of the use of agrochemicals that we should not continue using. I don't know if I can mention some of them, which are some of the main suppliers. I think that I'll be punished, but it's one of the main ones in the zone. Um, so we are making farmers aware of not to use these agrochemicals, but to use biodegradable fertilizers. And we are going to continue issuing the regulations. We know that we as mayors are key factors, and we have the power to create regulations in our municipalities to regulate the use on the environment. And that's what I'm working on these regulations. And I know that my friends from CAF, my colleagues on CAF, will help me create a strong regulation for these enterprises to take action and to contribute to the wellness of the environment. And I ask these enterprises where they can make some deposits, some deposit areas where the producers, the agricultural producers, can take their produce and deposit them and store them. And also we are working on the consciousness on making the citizen aware. There's another question from Humboldt Institute to Carlos. Nicoya has an important chapter in history, which is the Pact of Nicoya in 1824. It was in the first Mexican Empire, and I think Nicaragua also, all the Guanacaste province. So there's another interesting attraction in history. Carlos, you as a mayor, you have the task to create the development plan for the municipality, to update the regulator plan. You mentioned Samara, and there the protection of reefs. You have a very big opportunity in your development plan. So how do you pretend to incorporate the restoration and preservation of those natural resources, and also to integrate? Nicoya is the place of birth of annexion. So that's how there was a creation of a group to represent us in the Cadiz court. So that's is a detail between Nicoya and Costa Rica. Listening to our colleagues, the topics of regulation are not strange to all the municipalities. And when we got there, we found that there was a need to promote the regulator plan and the coastal regulator plan that was issued in 1983. So imagine all the conditions that have changed since that time. In this Samara coast up to now, 2022. So we had to make a rectification of the plan, and it needs more investment. Tourism needs legal sureness, legal safety. So I put investors together. some who some of them who so the ones who want to generate richness, they also need to protect. So we integrate them and to exchange our expressions of the needs of Samara. So we are rectifying some parts, but in areas of recreation, of protection of water production, and areas of development. That's what we are doing in the rectification of the plan. And from the local government, we have put money, funds, to finance these plans, which are not cheap because that require a lot of studies at legal level, environmental, feasibility, water, that require a lot of funding. And for that, the municipality has been important because these factors of fragility will show how to help the coast. There are some private initiatives which is called the reef crop in order to protect the environment, including the community. And they have an added value to coast, in our particular case, the Samara coast. So there are some other actions that we worried about. It's to extend the services of garbage collection that were limited because there were some traditions, people burn the garbage or left them next to the sea, to the rivers, and also to empty lots. So we extended the service of garbage collection, and has generated more citizen participation. And this service is sponsored by the municipality because not all the persons pay for that service. So there are some categories, tariffs, and the private enterprises business pay the highest, and in some way they help with the payment of the ones who can't or who don't. So other initiatives are about the support, giving support to clean beaches. We have a selective collection. We have a place where we collect glass bottles, carton, and this selective collection, which was before my government, it was in downtown, now expanded to the 7 districts because we didn't have that culture of recycling. And to educate has helped with the integration of the whole society. That's what we're doing. I don't know if I can continue. We had a big problem during the pandemic, and considering the touristic nature, we had to sit together and dialogue on how to survive in a time that we couldn't generate. So we could have a dialogue with businessmen, and how to create spaces. And then we started making visits at local level and at national level. So in Nicoya, I think we achieved during that process, we survived. And normally not a lot of people lost their jobs but kept their jobs. I believe that regulation is a way of development, and it's important as local government we should invest. I talked to Carmen about that yesterday, this morning, that a lot of our income in the municipality are of our own, the are derived of taxes. Uh, so from cleaning parks, etc. But those efforts, what we hope is to create more income. When I arrived to that office, there were just a little bit of income, and we have triplicated in 3 years. And that's important because we can reinvest this income in the same population area. Then, thank for your enthusiasm, and I would like you to show your colleagues how you made it to triplicate the income, and also Carmen, how to you have to show us how to stay for 3 periods in the mayor's office. Emiliano, in Boca del Toro, I was saying that it was very rich and but fragile, a fragile municipality. It was historic. It has an historic importance because Christopher Columbus visited it. The, it's fragile because um, it's rich because it has 95% of the coral classes in the Caribbean, but also have problems with garbage management. You have to keep beaches clean. You have a tropical forest, a diverse tropical forest that we have to preserve. A national sea park. How? What are you doing from the mayor's office to articulate the cause of tourism, the richness? If you don't bring a sustainable a sustainable tourism, it could be also a pain. So how do you get that balance between preservation and increase of tourism? Before answering, before being a mayor as part of the population, I decided to become a mayor because I thought there I could solve a lot of problems. But after I won, I just struck with the pandemics, and I had to go back to reality, and I could go. I understood that I cannot work alone. We have to involve the community to achieve our goals. In Boca del Toro, we have a lot of different problems. If I tell all of them, we are not going to finish today. We have some citizens that are irresponsible, and they throw garbage in the mangrove, little mangrove islands, and that's sad. We have a nice beach, a blessed beach by nature, which is called Star Beach. Also, we have a beach where turtles put their eggs. And also we have the lionfish, which didn't live there, but now is a resident. And that fish has not the predator, and is finishing with the marine species of Boca del Toro. So, considering all these problems, we took some initiatives in both the beach. We see people that go to steal the turtle eggs, and constructions are increasing. So the mayor's office decided it was a municipality reserve to protect the area. and is managed by environmentalists and supervised by the mayor's office. Also, we decided that another place, some other places, another place. With the lionfish, we need to involve the citizens. Um, some people don't do it in voluntarily, so we have to involve people to fish the lionfish. We cannot depend only on taxes. It's not enough. So the government sponsors of subsidize per year. So that's why we can do take some measures against the problems that are happening. The foreign is more voluntary than the local people in the district. The foreigner is a very important part in the conservancy of nature. We try to involve the local population in mangrove cleaning in the waters and on earth to fish the lionfish. We are trying to involve and to work with the community to make them understand that if we cannot have an initiative, that we have to make the population aware, from the little ones to the old ones. It's difficult to change an old person, but that's why we need to focus more on the children and to teach them to value our richness, our resources. We are a small island, and we have the garbage stocking space, and it's a problem. Thanks God, the administration, the government decided to uh, uh, put some funds to make a refill. It's not the most adequate thing, but it's better, and that requires a lot of funds, and it was difficult to have these funds. So the garbage issue will be remedied for 4 or 5 years, and we have to look for another solution. So uh, we had a reactivation. The government will invest more than 350 millions in infrastructure in the municipality. So we have to worry about uh, the expanding the growth. We have come from zero to boom. So from the mayor's office, we've worked a lot, and we have to involve the community because we cannot work alone, to make them part of the situation and to work against these situations. Carmen, the last question in this round. We think that your municipality has a special characteristic, if compared to the other three, that is not a touristic municipality. You live out of agriculture and the production of coffee. But the Humboldt Institute wants to ask you, what do you have in your government plan to transform your municipality into a touristic one? You express some ideas, but the message is that every place has a touristic attraction. Sometimes you have it there next to you, but you don't realize it, because every day you see the same cave, and you think that everybody knows it, but it's not like that. So how to add value to that attraction And to add to the attraction of coffee and agriculture, what plans do you have for touristic development? Recently, last year, we were designing on our municipality strategic plan that will start this year, 2022. With the citizens' participation, it's important to empower the population. We created the tourism office. It shows that we have a lot of tradition. There are some dates that have celebrations, and a lot of people come in, and they produce coffee to take some more advantage out of it. We have an experimental center for coffee, but we don't have a school. We have youth that need that want to be startups, and they need to have activities with our products, because to impose something that is not ours is not going to work out. So we created some courses for bartenders, and there are some young persons studying in some other experimental centers, but we need to potentiate our experimental center and to teach in schools. In 3 schools, we have the benefits of humid and dry coffee. In urban areas, we have toasting, selection, and packaging, and also trying the coffee ready. Now we have more than 10 or 15 brands of our coffee, and that makes us happy because the young people are participating in these initiatives. In the municipality, we have some caves called magical caves, and we are working on creating the road, but there's no promotion yet. We have to work on promotion and to make a route for us, not just to arrive. We belong to a commonwealth in a corridor, and each one has some attractions. So we have to promote this tourist intention from one of the municipalities that has a picture gallery and open on some walls painted in the houses. There's another municipality, the smallest one, that has a lot of people who work a lot. My municipality that has coffee and bread and coffee handcraft. We are establishing that all Saturdays we should have fairs, not only to promote what our producers have with agro fertilizers, organic fertilizers, but also to have coffee, bread, embroidery, the jewelry, and also the day to try all this food and drinks that are about to be lost if we don't continue the production and some young people don't know them. And with this kind of ideas, we dynamize the local economy. We need to create all these value chains to have a trail for the tourist that not only you are going to arrive to San Nicolas, but also that we have the a salmon tree that has different names in Spanish, and it covers the 80% of the Central Park. And in the restoration of the park, our attraction is the salmon tree, and is the symbol of the municipality. We are identified as San Nicolas citizens. We have some music, artistic presentations, and also trying some food and drink, typical food and drink, and also the meetings of startups. From the Office of Tourism, we supported the School of Art and Culture together with the Office of Tourism. Thank you, Carmen. Andres is telling me that I have to control time. Thanks to my predecessors. I want a short answer to next question. In the afternoon, you are going to sign the convention to adhere to the Declaration of Barranquilla for this initiative of CAF and biodiverse cities. Panama is an ally of the bank for a long time, but Salvador, Honduras, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic are entering as new allies. Maybe they are going to create more responsibilities, and they are going to give us more support to help us with the work of the bank, which is a motor for the development in Latin America. So signing this agreement is a commitment with the green. So Carlos, what do you expect from signing this agreement? What support would you get, and what are the responsibilities that you are going to be committed to after signing? Our spaces are very rich. This space is very rich, especially when you can see what other municipalities are doing, and also for us as municipality to reach the objectives of 2030. We have more projects as Greener Nigoya and for reforestation projects, which are a national emergency for the treatment of waters to generate potable water, and also the treatment of black or surf waters, the promotion to initiatives as protection of reefs, environmental protection that we have been forgetting. Costa Rica has been always worried by environmental education. Sometimes they are in a comfort zone or state, but it's very important to show new generations what's the commitment to create a sustainable development, to issue public policies to promote nature, ecosystems, and using a little or a lot capital to promote initiatives in our municipalities and to give them a budget. So I insist, I'm very happy with this space, and there are a lot of products and results that we are going to get out of this meeting. What will be your benefit and your duty in this agreement? From the municipality of Boca del Toro, we guide the initiative, and we are part of the binational treaty or agreement in Panama and Costa Rica. We have the commitment to take care of the natural resources in Boca del Toro. The benefits are that the people will understand and take care and be part of the event, and to keep our natural resources for future generations. I think that's the treaty, and that's the aim of this agreement, for the population to know the benefit and the richness we have that could affect the future of our next generations. and we have to take care of it and be part of it as local municipality to give the first step to these very important initiatives. So, Major Carmen Alicia, let me tell you that we have made a declaration of green municipality, and we also feel inside that commitment, not only with this opportunity with the CAF, but as municipality, as an authority and municipal letter, what we call open municipality, which is a commitment of the whole population of the municipality. We have this declaration, but after with that, it also derives in creation of the local policy and all the issue of production, and also looking for economic resources. Local policy is a valuable tool because it's institutional and will guarantee that besides the change of representatives, it's something that belongs to the municipality. We haven't we haven't created the policy yet. So that's a step that with the support and the technical assistance is valuable for us. In Honduras, we don't have a legal norm for the territories to the territorial order plan or the zoning plan linked with that initiative of green policy. So to have these tools is important for us. That will establish that all the process be reached. So we need to continue living and make the citizens aware of living with all the resources of the nature, but to continue as local government issuing regulations, municipality regulations. Our place of action is more reduced as the experience of other countries, but it's important for the country to create a law that support in order to support local or municipal governments in these policies in this area. Also with the different ministries in Honduras, there's no policy for green municipality in the more than 200 municipalities of the country. So for us to have the support of CAF is that the commitment we should have is to have technicians empowered, the participation of civil society in the whole construction, to look for the resources and financing and what we can locate in an investment plan, and that will guarantee us to have in a short time, because we don't have long or medium time periods. That's the way we can continue living in harmony with nature. Well, I'll tell two things. My grandpa said that when I took something to my house, I should take things not only for me but for my brothers. I will like to have the whole Guatemala and El Salvador as part of the biosphere. I would like the CAF to help us with the zoning and to give support to these municipalities and business and merchants in the economical issue, because we are getting out of pandemics, and the different business we have in these municipalities, they would like to support biodiverse cities, but in order to achieve that, we will need an economic agreement. all these projects they will be interested to. So I should not only receive but also to give out, as my grandpa said, give out to others, give some. So I will not mention the foundation because it will be a mistake to mention it. So a local lot there in the municipality, we could have a center of research for our biosphere, as you did it in Colombia, in that island, but also in our municipality, but to serve not only our municipality but the whole region. In America, this is the first and the only one in Latin America formed by 3 countries. This is what I can offer. Thank you. Well, thank you. It has been very fruitful and very enjoyable, this exchange of experiences. We are proud of having you in the community of CAF, of Latin America and the Caribbean, and we congratulate you for signing this agreement and to support you in your development plans for sustainable municipal plans. Thanks, Mayor Carmen Alicia from Honduras, and Maribel from El Salvador, and Major Emiliano from Boca del Toro, and Carlos from Nicoya, Costa Rica. Thank you very much, and you deserve an applause. 1 minute, I forgot something. I have gifts for all of you, but I need to go to the hotel, so after lunch I'll bring you some gifts, handcrafts. There's a gift, so wait until the afternoon. An applause. Thank you. This was an excellent panel presenting each one of the perspective of the majors. So we end the first block of this meeting on biodiversities of the Caribbean and Central America. The ones who have accompanied us in streaming, thanks for listening to us. We are coming back in 1 hour. Please go to the hotel, to the restaurant Brazos View, that we are going to have lunch next to the beach at 1:45. Please be back to the room because we are going to have Minister David Collado and Vice President Raquel Peña.
that are tuning our online platform. At the same time, we'd like to welcome the presence of those that have joined us in this afternoon, and would like to remind you that you can make use of our social media by sharing your photos, and you can do this by using a hashtag that has been prepared for this. And also using our hashtag biodiversity. Continuing with our agenda, it is the time to present the next dialogue. It's a dialogue on biodiversity as a tourist competitive factor. We were going to welcome who is the Permanent Secretary of Rural Development of Trinidad and Tobago. Also joining us is Jimmy Cruz, who is the mayor of Curridabat in Costa Rica. And we invite you, please, to come to stage and take your seats. Also, Martina Pepen Santana, the governor of the city of Higüey in the Dominican Republic. And this time also the moderator will be Angel Cardenas, who is the Urban Development Agent and Creative Economics for CAF. The stage is all yours. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank because it's not easy for us to be back after lunch and with all the landscape we had and our commitment to biodiversities. As the presenter said, we have a luxury panel, and a luxury panel because here three visions are conjugated with the government looking after the territory from Trinidad and Tobago because of the Anglo-Saxon heritage, with the Permanent Secretary of the Rural Development and Local Government. That portfolio has the most responsibility in planning and in public policy in the territory. Also, we have the Jimmy Cruz, the mayor of Curridabat in Costa Rica, and perhaps we have the other level that is the governor, the three levels. And this is important because we're going to have perhaps a different vision and complementary hope as to what biodiversity is as a competitive advantage in tourism. I'm going to ask a general question to all of you, and I would like to start with you, Mr. Mayor, so that you're able to answer us. And throughout the day, we've seen how we started with the first panel with the vision on zoning and how we see in the biodiversity and planning in the territory, and also Nando from the Humboldt Institute, also somebody from the Ministry of Tourism, but also the first panel. The second panel spoke more at large on biodiversity and how you can integrate different visions with nature. Our plan is to answer how we can take advantage or reap benefits from this biodiversity, and we do this in the framework of sustainable tourism. In that vein, my question is, how do you live with that tension between biodiversity preservation and getting somehow the benefit of economic growth, biodiversity? There'll always be a vision that might be opposing and excluding. How can you live with that tension? Good afternoon, Jimmy Cruz, Mayor of Curridabat. I know it's complicated sometimes to read Costa Rica. We know about San Jose, Valle Central. Unlike my colleague from Nicoya, we are 50 minutes. We are in the center in the pole of development of the East, and this has its implication. We are precisely inside the big metropolitan of the Central Valley with all the complexities and complications that this generates. Unlike Don Carlos and the mayor of Nicoya, I think it's important Don Carlos, as he said, is a blue zone where the hope, the expectancy of life is one of the highest in the world. We don't reach there. 250 kilometers generate or mean a 10-year of difference in life expectancy. In Nicoya, Don Carlos is about 91, and we are at 81 in Curitiba specifically. But that number is not the same. The different districts that we have in the vicinity, and it's not the same at the national level, and nor that of the Central Valley. So you see how many complexities in terms of growth indicators and development. In Curitiba, we some 20 years realized that things were not going well, too bad. So we're not in the right direction, and that meant being able to sit calmly and rethink how the district was growing, and that growth excessive without little urban planning. This led to the problems that we identified at the moment, and we decided to make a turnabout in the destination plan and also for the district, and this generated a conversion of public policies that led us to think and rethink how we wanted to be on a socio-economic level and how to take advantage later on the advantage of the changes in public policy. And that entailed from some 20 years ago to regulatory planning with current modification that is in the process of validation of the regulatory plan, and that meant also having a municipal plan different, focused precisely on being able to live together and changing the bad things that were happening with the environment and the bad urban planning. What that has generated to date, we have a local government that has been able, for example, to attract lots of economic investment into the territory, Curitiba and the eastern zone. We have the second economic pole of the Central Valley. The one is the western and the east, and the capital were located. From this zone, from the change in public policy at the local government level that are nearby, benefits have generated in the urban planning, generating better conditions to live. And that attraction is not only commercial but also residential. People want to live in Curitiba, and now we face this reality, and is how to tackle between urban growth in an ordered manner, but also in line with environmental planning and the environmental focus of the local government. Not all understand this, but little by little we move towards that focus. For example, a recent example, we sent for validation for the upgrade of updating this to the Institute of Housing, and what we got back was a lot of consultations where what they transmitted to us is that they don't understand the focus we are moving into. We have a more concept that we call Curitiba a sweet city, and that focus we have tried to incorporate into the policy tables, administrative for administrative tourism and commercial development, so that they understand what is the direction of the territory in terms of growth. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before giving this the floor to the next panelist, it's good for us to have three big words that were allowed to help us with the pause of the heterogeneity of the territory. Not all of them are the same, and you have to think about that when establishing policy. The other one is continuity, 20, 30 years, what is going to happen, what didn't go well, and how we change. And the third that we had with is the key to zoning, but taking the sustainability elements. We spoke in the last panel that there must be some ordinance for green territorial planning, and we see that this can be a solution to that. I'm going to reach the net level in the planning, and I'm going to ask the governor and thank her for her hospitality. We are in her territory. From my position as governor of the province, together with the governmental institutions, we are focusing on development, but planning of the municipalities and the municipal districts we have in the province. We know that concerning tourism, that this also has a positive and negative effects. It seems we have grown as a country in tourism. At the same time, in our zone, in the province, we have what we call an influx of people working in the hotels, and that entails the country and some countries and the other provinces in the Dominican Republic have what we have all of these in the province of concentrated in the province of La Altagracia, because we have grown as a city in a proportionate manner, and we are trying as the person that spoke with the other panel and working with the mayors of the municipalities, and especially with this Verón Bávaro Punta Cana municipality, the territories are being studied and worked upon. Thank you, Governor, and I think we continue trying to solve this puzzle. We spoke about both levels, and I think that the great difference between the local and the municipality is that you have a broader vision to work in a coordinated vision with the municipalities. And as you say, there are also tensions between the different municipalities because of the intensity of the development of tourism.
Desde el punto de vista nacional, usted puede gestionar la gestión que desde una perspectiva de ciudad de biodiversidad, que se beneficie de esa biodiversidad como para la competitividad del desarrollo. Buenas tardes a todos, es un placer estar con ustedes y en este panel debatiendo este concepto tan importante. Soy la señora Mascom, de la Secretaría y del Ministerio del Departamento Rural y el Gobierno Local de Trinidad y Tobago. Es la hermana mayor, Trinidad. Somos un productor de gas y Tobago y tiene mucho énfasis en el turismo, similar a Punta Cana. A nivel nacional, el gobierno central determina las políticas y y los presupuestos de los departamentos y los ministerios. Tenemos 14 corporaciones municipales. Puede ser una dicotomía, como dijo nuestro moderador, pero tenemos nuestras líneas políticas y es una percepción de que los fondos se colocan dependiendo de cuál es el partido de gobierno, así que eso es algo que tenemos que velar. También el gobierno central le da a los alcaldes y a los coordinadores de las regiones y a los consejeros el poder de manejar los municipios dentro de los límites de su presupuesto. Como ustedes verán, hay tensiones innecesarias porque el gobierno local puede estar sin fondos. Hay muchas cosas que podemos hacer. Nuestro ministerio maneja muchas cosas, desde deudas, manejo de desastres. Estamos en la transformación de nuestro gobierno local y estamos tratando de empoderar a las corporaciones municipales para que sean autónomas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que estamos tratando de hacer desde el gobierno central? Ponernos fuera del trabajo, desemplearnos para darle poder a las corporaciones municipales. Hay un impuesto, creando un impuesto para que esas corporaciones retengan algo de fondos del municipio. Así que ya ustedes saben, tienen expectativas para asuntos que deben terminarse. Y eso debe hacerse sobre una base justa en los próximos años. Para responder cuáles son mis recomendaciones para la mejora, estoy viendo los ambientes. Tenemos el medio ambiente natural, el ambiente de las industrias, el ambiente que ha sido construido. ¿Cuáles son las consideraciones? Hay que desarrollar una política, un marco de políticas claras a nivel nacional, regional y local. Entonces tiene que haber mucho enfoque o acercamiento del gobierno. No es un asunto de manejo de arriba hacia abajo. Cuando los políticos se pelean, entonces el pueblo sufre. Entonces debemos hacer lo más que podemos por nuestra unión en Trinidad y Tobago. Entonces estas políticas tienen que basarse sobre el entendimiento de los que componen los cuerpos ambientales y ver sus impactos. En el gobierno algunas veces diseñamos una política sin consultar a los actores principales y eso no es tan exitoso como debería ser. Comunicar. Y también debe crearse conciencia en el público y educación a nivel nacional, en las escuelas. Deje que los niños sepan qué es el gobierno, qué es la gobernanza, qué se debe hacer y cuál es la visión del gobierno para cuando ellos se vuelvan adultos. Debe haber mucho enfoque por parte del gobierno para las decisiones de los actores, en la toma de decisiones. Entonces, debemos enfocarnos en la investigación y el desarrollo, en prácticas que lleven a nuestros países hacia adelante. Necesitamos la integración de las funciones de gestión ambientales y todo el enfoque de la sociedad en general. Gracias, señora secretaria.
I'd like to sum up. This gives you a different perspective from the central government. There are several elements that we have to take into consideration in the discussion. First, the municipal corporation. The other, the coordination with the different actors at the different government level. But I take away this vision, the economic politics of assignment of resources within the different levels, and how this can create tensions, and also how in some manner you reward for the good tax collection, but this must be accompanied with good planning that will integrate the environmental vision. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. I'm going to continue to talk with the mayor of Curitiba. You said at the beginning, in this 20 to 30 years, the municipality understood that it was not on the right path. You have been working on the model integrated nature, and the city, you have arrived at this sweet city concept, which I'd like you to elaborate on this, and how in this a network of diversity you can integrate this. Well, in this process of understanding that what was happening was not right, we decided as local government to put at the heart of the equation of urban growth in public policies and municipal action three elements that are fundamental: the human being, nature, and the other beings that cohabitate with us. A city must have space for everyone, and that made us think what the quality of the space was to cohabitate with each of these three elements. That is to say, in our zone, for example, there are many small birds. There aren't that many now. There are more, but that did not. That were being displaced by the urban growth, and that's why a sweet city is a vision of a whole of world. We have taken part at different forts of intelligent smart cities. To us, this is a vision of intelligent city. Not only an intelligent city is digitalizing, there are analog, just to say in some way, that express the intelligence of a city, but that intelligence is based on knowledge of the territory. Without information, without indicator, without data, without heat map, Curitiba has about 100,000 inhabitants, located 112 meters up sea level. So in this range of the lowest of the city to the highest, there are some experiences of cohabitation that are very different. There are some, for example, the people, adult, elderly in the 1350, they are very cold, and they would like to come to a lower city, and when they go to the lower the zones, they see that they are so they're very hot. And why is there such a big difference in temperature in such a short span? There must be something happening in terms of the climate in the city, how to revert those zones we have identified, and that was generated from rethinking the growth of the city from the sweet city vision. This is a development vision, a cohabitation concept based on the experiences of cohabitation of all. Our municipal strategic plan is based on experiences and not on pillars. That is the experiences with the drop of water, what happens with water in the district, how we manage water, and how we send back that water to the natural effluents. And in this sweet city vision, we learned that we were given the turning our back to rivers. We were raising our houses and back to the rivers, and we understood that we have to revisit the river because the river cohabitates with us. The river needs its space and reclaims its space when we have invited its space. So Sweet City is many actions, as I said, going back, returning the native species, having bias transfer and intelligence. We already have this, and we get the native trees to be able to plant then in the whole district, and this is based, many of them, on those natural spaces, but also flora attracting pollinizers in the process of urban generation. We have found along the way with other political actors, I'm not going to mention them, but would have told us you're a little bit crazy thinking that in the city, in the urban space, which you have the environmental impact you have generated, that you will be able to revert that and turn things back, that we cannot return. For example, we cannot regenerate the forest, but we can have a green zone based on nature that will allow us to give space for many species. And this is happening. We have been able to revert many of those elements. We have seen the return of birds that we didn't see some 15 or 20 years, and they are now cohabitating with us. It's a big challenge because the district is growing, the pressure in terms of commerce and urbanism, but we have some way come up with a general plan where all are included in this plan, guide for sweet treats, and we have in this vision of Sweet City, the sweet classroom that teaches our neighbors and children in our school what the sweet concept is all about. And it's encompassing, but it's a development vision at the end. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I tell you that I'm going to have a surprise question because this concept is very interesting. I remember this, what you said, that you have to give space to rivers in the city. This is clear in your vision, but I take away for the audience and those that are linked, it's planning based on human and nature. At the same time, an intelligent city, not only because of connectivity, but because of the data that it has for urban planning, and also differentiation of the scales of government. And this takes us back to heterogeneity in terms of levels, and being able to take into consideration the experience versus the pillar. I'm going back to you, Madam Governor, and my question is, the province of La Altagracia is one of the most important tourism cities in the Dominican Republic. You said it at the beginning. At the same time, it has very important natural resources. It has 3 protected areas. The east of Bávaro and Matmo. In that context, understanding that you have lots of tourism development, but you also have this important biodiversity reservation, what is the vision of the governor to look after this important growth in terms of tourism, but at the same time keep to commitment in the diversity protection. How you, from the government, are able to keep with those 3 reservations and at the same time tackle the big influx of tourism? Those 3 reservations we have in the province of La Altagracia. We have the Los Haitises Park, located between Valladolid and other tourism pole that we have in La Romana. We, from the governor's office, we tackle the balance with tourism of those 3 reservations. We make them known nationally with internal tourism that we have, but also with international tourism that we have. We make that known, and from the office of the government, we seek for the well-being of conservation of flora and fauna that we have in those 3 reservations. So from the ministries of the environment, we do a good job, zero deforestation and sonic or environmental contamination. What we try to do is that what the law says is complied with fully. From the hotels, we have excursions to the National Park of the East and the ponds that we have around, and always preserving the environment. Besides those 3, we also have the municipality in the chief municipality, Salvador de Guay. We have what we call ecological tourism, where tourists are able to enjoy of all the plantations of the reservation. We have forest and mountains, and not only offered resort tourism, but also river tourism, wood, also horseback riding, and all those attractions we have here in the province. We give them to get to be known, and we work that hand in hand with the mayor's office, and in the municipalities where we have lots of visitors, we cooperate with putting garbage cans for solid waste, and we classified the garbage in those places. And I think that from all the ministries, we conserve our national park of the East, La Bavaran, and the other water reserves that we have and that we have to strike a balance between tourism and conservation. Thank you, Governor. Again, the advantage of having this intermediate level, how you combine and connect the central level with the different ministry, and you also have this follow-up with the municipalities, and diversification as a strategy for reaping tourism, and not only tourism, hotel tourism, but also sustainable ecological tourism, how to take advantage of natural assets with a conservation vision, a platform for generated economic activity. And I think, of course, that the government said always keeping to the regulations and the national legislation. I think it's the best formula to strike that balance, the vision you mentioned.
Entonces vamos con Trinidad y Tobago. ¿Cuáles son las políticas e instrumentos a nivel nacional que pueden ser utilizadas o aplicadas para promover el sector turístico en áreas urbanas y rurales y que promuevan la biodiversidad como competitividad turística? Es una pregunta muy importante. En Trinidad y Tobago tenemos tenemos un ministerio de turismo, cultura y artes, el cual fue establecido para hacer que Trinidad y Tobago fuera un destino turístico de primer lugar. Entonces, en la región del Caribe tenemos mucha competencia de nuestro vecino Barbados, San Martín, Jamaica. Todos tienen playas bellas y flora, pero nosotros tenemos a Tobago, y que no puede competir con ninguna otra isla del Caribe. Entonces hemos enfocado y hemos planificado implementar la construcción, la formación y el fortalecimiento institucional y en artes. Tenemos literatura también como un destino de desarrollar las industrias culturales, al igual que nuestros ecosistemas naturales. Como sabe, el carnaval es uno de los principales objetivos económicos. No sé si ustedes han escuchado de nuestras actividades culturales que tenemos en Semana Santa. Tenemos una competencia de carrera de caballos. También tenemos el festival de pies azules. No sé cuál es el nombre, pero hacemos helado, pan. Ese festival es en octubre. Tenemos festivales y tenemos el turismo de destino. También una de las estrategias ha sido la preservación. Cada año en Tobago tenemos el Festival de la Herencia. En Trinidad y Tobago tenemos el Duali. Hemos estado concentrando el Ministerio de Turismo, Cultura y Arte en asesoría para nuestro desarrollo y nuestras estrategias, porque hemos encontrado que no podemos hacer ninguna difusión si no está enraizada y que no tenga una política, porque si no, esa sería una receta para el caos. Uno de los proyectos clave es el desarrollo de nuestras facilidades en Caracas y para nuestro turismo local e internacional. También hemos planificado desarrollar un programa de empresas actores en turismo, apoyando el desarrollo de grandes, pequeñas y medianas empresas para entrenarlos en estrategias de desarrollo. Y también en turismo queremos asegurarnos de que toda la isla pueda vivir económicamente del turismo. La comunicación y la concienciación pública son muy importantes. Hay que desarrollar una educación en turismo y concienciación para el destino de Trinidad y Tobago, porque ustedes se sorprenderán en su región. Pocas personas en Trinidad y Tobago han visitado todos los bancos, todas las calles en Canadá y en Estados Unidos, pero no se saben todas las calles de Trinidad y Tobago, y tampoco han visitado nuestro santuario de aves. Entonces, nuestro sector es uno de los más interesados en diversificar nuestra economía, que depende del petróleo y el gas. Y ya estamos oyendo voces que hablan de diversificar. Cuando llegan los tours, estamos desarrollando nuestros mercados. ¿Cuántas personas en este salón, las que no han visitado a Trinidad y Tobago, los invito a que vayan, especialmente en el carnaval? Vamos a tener uno en Tobago por primera vez en octubre. El gran carnaval es en febrero y marzo en la isla principal. COVID no se ha convertido en endémico, así que pueden venir desde República Dominicana. Entonces tenemos buenas atracciones para ustedes visitar. Hay que fortalecer la regulación desde el punto de vista institucional. Tenemos una memoria institucional en nuestros ministerios y departamentos. Hay una necesidad de entrenar capacitar a los jóvenes. Y finalmente, el desarrollo de una política nacional de turismo es muy importante para crear y para medir el desempeño, porque usted no puede manejar lo que usted no puede medir. Gracias por su atención.
I would only want to say that I'm profoundly offended because Venezuela was not offended in the beauties in the Caribbean, being a neighbor of Trinidad and Tobago, and perhaps my colleagues will say the same, that we're in the Caribbean. Beyond that, prepare, because I'm sure that they will answer to go to Tobago as you offered. I think that there are very interesting things in the answer to this question. First, the specific and from the standpoint of the executive of the government of Trinidad, to have a form of tourism and to have a ministry that will take care of tourism directly, and from there, if we understood well, a vision of creating tourist experience from elements that we call creative and culture industries in all this capacity building and talents. We see the jazz festival, the fact that to go the extra mile for entrepreneurs and involve them in this experience and reactivate the economy. Definitely, as you said well, is the best diversification or economic diversification strategies grounded on the vision of gas and oil. Going back to you, Maya, Sweet City, you posited several elements regarding the planning process, which the central elements were and the premises for that planning. I'm sure that most of the audience would like to know which the big challenges has been, including the opportunities and which are the lessons learned, and this will somehow help us to take away some learning. Which are the biggest challenges you have had to face, and what are the major opportunities in order to take this Sweet City forward as a model? One of the principal challenges is that vision as such is not static. Over the course of time, I ask my collaborators each week, what is Sweet City today for you? And like every week, they would answer something different, because that's the dynamics of a vision of development, because you have to be constantly looking after changes that are generated in the territory of changes in those experiences that we and also the changes in the territory. So Sweet City tomorrow is another thing, but the fundamental element is that tomorrow it must be more than what we have today, not subtracting but adding to that the development vision, and effectively each day more elements are added to that vision. Each day more actions are added to that development vision. Last week we were inaugurated a walking circuit in the central part of the canton, and that was created through a participatory process and focused on adults. We are a district that as time goes by, it becomes bigger. And adaptation precisely to that concept of city must be reflected in action like these. That walk-in circuit allows with the furniture and the other elements of urban development, so that the elderly have to walk less, so that where they walk they have the adequate temperature. And we include the Central Park of Curitiba was a monument to cement. That was the park. Today we have lots of species that attract pollinators, and this they have actually regenerated the Central Park. There is a hanging garden that did not exist. It's a better place to be. So it's a big challenge is that everyone understand that the sweet city vision is not static, but it's ever changing, and that responsibility of keeping the pace is not only by the local government. The opportunities are precisely, and they behave in this manner, in this dynamic. We are able to visualize new opportunity for development and changing life quality. When I shared the experiences that are fundamental when generating public policy, is that if we are going to walk along the city and we see good experiences toward the environment, somebody that decides to walk and look for a place to deposit his or her the solid waste. This is kindness towards the environment, and this will be better for the life in the city. So it's all taken in the systemic standpoint. Those experiences by citizens translate in a well-being experience. That walkability circuit becomes an experience for those who use it. I don't know if you knew, but in Latin America, within this happens in Latin America at least, the a path from one out a bus station to another, there's a difference of 10 minutes between a man and a woman. Why? Because in some of these zones and in those paths, women have walk other areas that they perceived as more safer to be able to get to that desired destination. There's an experience there that has to be improved. What urban planning elements or public policy we have to improve for those 15 or 10 minutes are the same as men, because in general men are not afraid when walking, but women do. So they shouldn't be like that. That kind of experience in the city is fundamental to generate awareness, and this is a big opportunity that Curitiba is able to present. Our vision is a great opportunity to seek more allies. We are always looking, and we're happy to be invited to share our experience. It's a little bit what we can show, but if, as you said, if we can enlarge in detail, if we are able to get information from our city government or through myself. Clap your hands. Many things I take away from your presentation. The static vision is not linked to a vision of the civil sectors in the municipality, and that it has a double face. The big challenge, because it's not static and you may have tension from the different interests, but also that governance to be able to move forward. And I congratulate you because it was very needed in this panel to incorporate the vision of inclusion and gender equality in the discussion. This is fundamental and cross-cutting to any initiative from policy that you were going to champion. And tourism sector is not an exception. I'm going back to you because we've been given some more minutes to be able to continue to ask some questions, but there are two questions. One of them is, what is the formula to reduce those 15 minutes and give you time to reflect on it? And the second question I put to you, Madam Governor, most of the persons connected by streaming and those here see the success story of the Dominican Republic in promoting tourism. And we see this with interest and curiosity to learn what has happened well. But also, I'd like to ask you, just like I asked the mayor, what hasn't worked and which are the challenges, and some way to manage those difficulties in such a big tourism district as yours. You had three questions in one. I took advantage. Let's go one by one. We start with the first. Tourism, the first thing is will. And even more so after the pandemic, how the Dominican Republic was left, but also the world. It's goodwill of the president of the country, Luis Abinader. Also, the tourism minister, David Collado, and with them, all the owners of hotels and developers. We are a blessed country, and our country and our province is also blessed by the Lord with tourism. And I would like to tell you that during the pandemic that finished, we have learned that we were hard hit in terms of tourism, but we were able to survive through our cattle raising and our agriculture. All went to stand still. We thought that we would never breathe again, that we would not have what we have, a normal life. All these people that loved tourism, but thanks to the goodwill by the President and the Minister of Tourism, we're seated here today, and we have the largest occupation in rooms in the tourism sector. Thanks to those two men that had put forward efforts hand by hand, so that the country today is the first destination. We're the first one of the countries that vaccinated first, and one of the first to move forward with tourism again. We have also worked on education, on cattle raising, and our agriculture. And I continue to move forward because from the central government we are focusing on development of our country, our beloved province of La Altagracia, with all those developers that have their eyes on this tourism destination of La Altagracia. We're always socializing, and as I said, all the ministries and the departments we have in the country are bent on things being done in the prudence framework and doing things without damaging others. And this is the same vision shared by all the government officials in this administration, because that's the vision of the president. We can live with tourism, cattle raising, with an environment, and all we have in balancing one thing with the other. Thank you, Governor. indeed the province has shown resilience in the amid the effect of the pandemic. And I'd like also to say that from the Office of the Government, we have been working with the environment from the schools. We have to train our education, our children, adolescents, and young adults at the universities that they develop love for the environment. As an educator, I've been working for the last 25 years, and I have been educating my students since very small. I started in primary school because I'd like to work with the youngest and start there instilling those values of what living and cohabitating with the environment is, and we are also collaborating with cleaning our coastlines, our rivers, the ponds, and our ravines, because in this province we're working with the drainage system so that our the solid waste is not jet on the rivers. We're working with the yarn, foresting, and we bring awareness on our young children so that once we're not here, they are able to keep this legacy that from the office of the government we would want for this country, that it is a country that when you cut one tree, 100 more are planted, and we'd like to leave this with you, with this idea that from the office of the government we are focusing on reforestation, planting trees. I believe in this, and the president himself is a believer of this. Clap your hand, please. And clearly, the message of the resilience of this province, first, the alliance with the national government is fundamental, but also the diversification also, how it was able to achieve that in such difficult moments of the pandemic, be able to educate the young generation on a more sustainable vision if we want to have this transition into a more environmental friendly economy.
Desde un punto de vista internacional, ¿qué puede hacer un gobierno mal en esta discusión de políticas de biodiversidades? ¿Cuáles son las áreas que pueden cambiar la dinámica de nuestros modelos de construcción a modelos de biodiversidad o circulares? Tenemos consultas con los actores sociales. Tenemos que hacer popular el concepto de biodiversidades. Todos los actores del gobierno y no del gobierno, personas políticas de todos los lados políticos, en las escuelas, para asegurar que nuestras generaciones futuras tengan conciencia y abracen el concepto de biodiversidades, porque lo que les enseñamos ahora va a ser lo que van a practicar cuando sean adultos, para las futuras generaciones.
Again, thank you very much for planting the seed, creating some the change of culture for the new generation to think differently. This is fundamental. I think that we still have time for one more question, and seems like already asked the governor 3 questions in one. I'm going to ask another to the mayor. Understanding the SWIT model and the path towards this, what is, according to you, and not only for you, but all your colleagues, of inserting to this network at biodiversity as CAF is proposing throughout Latin America? Evidently, the information that we have here is another kind of information to the one the local level have. We here are able to get to know other experiences, and also we are able to generate joint efforts. We are very much interested in regionalizing efforts to combat climate change. Many of our efforts are focusing on contributing to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, and here we speak in the same language. So what this allows us to be able to take another message to the region, to our districts and neighboring districts, and this becomes knowledge for generating public policy. This is vital to us, and we also want to contribute the experience that in some cases perhaps is valuable, perhaps in other locations and territories that have advanced more than us. But here, when we talk about efforts for preserving and reverting the negative effects of what we have done, we cannot limit our efforts or ignoring any effort that will allow us to have some gains. You asked me a question before, how we do to generate the time. We generate a policy, public policy, that precisely is aimed at combating street harassment, and some actions are derived from it. One is a manual, an urban manual based on gender. That urban manual tells those generating public policies and those developers, private developers, look, you take a look at this urban elements, architectural and design and engineering, because this could sometimes even save lives. So a public policy, a handbook that renders those policies operational, and specific actions by the government, local government, generating infrastructure, improving lighting, and sometimes even the location of any urban building or a communal facility that can be key to reduce, mitigate risks. This goes hand in hand with the education generated through the different gender-based approaches that are adopted by the local government, and those are efforts that we put forward to have a sweeter city every day. Thank you. Before finishing up with the panel, you give me the opportunity from CAF to reaffirm this message, that the network of BiodiverCities is a space for this exchange. We have lots of learning from the municipality and cities, and the way you have posited this alongside the discussion, many learned lessons that we can incorporate and shorten the learning curve in some problems that might be similar in the different cities alongside the region. Just to respect the protocol, it's 3:10. I think this is our last panel, and we're going to have the signing of the agreement, and we're going to have the closing remarks by the president of the CAF and the local authorities in the Dominican Republic. And I wouldn't like to end without thanking you for your presentation, because the discussions have been very rich, that have given us a perspective as to the different level of governments, and I think this is good for us. And I ask for a clap for the panelists. Thank you. Thank you very much. The participants in the last third dialogue that we have had through this day of our biodiversity encounter in Central America. And we have Jimmy Cruz, Madame Pepin from La Altagracia, Ben Cosme from Trinidad and Tobago, and Angel Canas from the CAF. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to stand up, but because in some minutes we'll have the entrance of we're waiting for her personnel, the Vice President of the Dominican Republic, who will be entering our guest honor. As you know, this day of work includes the signing of a declaration, and we'll have the presence of our Honorable Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Raquel Peña, and we welcome her with a clap. The Vice President will accompany us as an honored witness to the signing of the adherence agreement of Barranquilla. And we're going also to have the President of CAF and the mayors visiting us for this national encounter for biodiversities. Clap your hands to our Constitution Vice President, Mrs. Raquel Peña, who honors us with her presence this afternoon. Thank you for being here and welcome. Part of the objectives of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America, is working so that progress in the continent and the region shall be sustained over time through third pillar in the social and environmental fronts. We're going to have an important a moment for all those present, and as I said before, this signing of the adherence agreement of Barranquilla. These signing cities commit to a model of management in harmony with nature and formalizing their incorporation to the biodiversities in Latin America and the Caribbean. This agreement has been socialized with those, but we're going to take some time to talk about the points. In the need of having another model that will respect nature, these signing cities commit first to promote a coordinated action for valuing and conserving biodiversities in the cities of Latin America and the Caribbean in line with national policies, their respective legal framework and local planning process. And two, establishing a mechanism for exchange of information that would revert the negative trend of the relationship with nature, and tackling the indirect and direct factors of loss of biodiversity. Thirdly, promoting the creation of biodiversity network in Latin America and the Caribbean amongst cities in the region to coordinate and articulate conservation on knowledge and creation of spaces and green areas that are protected. Number 4, promoted and exchanging experiences and structuring municipal plans and reforestation and fomenting the development of instrument and policies to technical action based on conserving urban biodiversity and strengthening of technical capacities, scientific and institutional. 5th, increase in efforts associated to monitoring forest covering, strategic ecosystem in the region, to be able to have shared databases to share and implement experiences for its effective management in the benefit of the local population. 6, promoting ecological and urban pathway that will allow for sustainable biodiversity and favoring migration and interrelation of flora and wildlife in the urban areas. 7th, promoting mechanisms that will support the distribution, the equitable distribution of benefits for the use of biosustainable models in the city that will promote the change of value and based on biodiversity. 8, promoting plans and research programs, technological development, technology transfer, and management of knowledge as instrument for decision making and for conservation of urban biodiversity. 9, championing a governance model that in a cross-cutting manner will favor the different sectors in the planning, design, and implementation of conservation of biodiversity. And 10th, promoting work initiative jointly with CAF, recognizing the leadership this institution is assuming to become the green bank at Latin America and the Caribbean for better, more inclusive cities, more sustainable. It is important to highlight that this document has already been signed by 56 cities in Brazil, Argentina, Peru, and Uruguay. And today, joining will have the cities are present in this forum. I'd like to invite as a witness our Honorable Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Raquel Peña, who accompanied by the Executive President of CAF, Sergio Díaz Granado, will be the honored witnesses to this declaration. Next, I'm going to ask all the mayors to come to the stage. She was signed and then go back to their seat. The mayor of Curitiba, Costa Rica. We also invite the mayor of Nicoya, Costa Rica. La Palma, El Salvador, the woman, Maya. Like manner, the mayor's office of St. Nicolas, Honduras. Also joining will be the mayor of Boca del Toro, Panama. From the Dominican Republic, also the mayor of Rio San Juan. Also joining the list of signatories, we have the mayor's office of Nagua, Dominican Republic. Also would like to ask the Vice President and Sergio Díaz Granado to ask all the sign-in signatory mayors to come for the group picture. We invite you again to come back to the stage and stay for the picture, please. And you will be around the president, the vice president, and Díaz Granado in the center. The pictures can be made by photographers now for the official pictures for this transcendental moment, this encounter of biodiversities in Central America and the Caribbean. We take advantage of this moment to clap our hands to them, showing our gratitude to those signatories who might invite them to say here, and the signatories may go back to your seats. With this, we show a commitment to the construction towards a sustainable, well-being model, respectful of local biodiversity. We continue to work in the road towards biodiversities in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, through this whole day, we have had a long day with lots of contents, and through special presentation, all pointing to biodiversity. We have been witness to all the good results we can have if we work together towards a common goal. And to close up this fruitful day, we're going to have the final speeches. We have Sergio Granado for his speech. Good afternoon, Vice President Raquel Peña, for being with us, and also the Ministry of Tourism, the Vice Ministers, and the directors, and the mayors here that have signed the declaration. Also the CAF team that has been accompanying us in these activities. I'm going to pass three simple messages. First on CAF, and the second on CAF and the Dominican Republic, and the third on biodiversities. About CAF, start reminding you that this bank is a cooperative of nations of Latin American countries associated around an idea fomenting development and integration in the Caribbean and Latin America. It was dreamed, it was born more than 54 years ago in the Andean region for a group of Andean countries. From the 90s, we have been enlarging our scope and also regarding the projects, finances, and of course also capacity building. And that's what it's today operational bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, even if we have our original acronym, and the name is Development Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean, because this is the bank that covers both regions, is the bank of Latinas and for Latinas. And that's the reason why we're here. It's a bank that works for the region. The bank, of course, must value the impact of many global trends of our region. We evaluate the impact on coffee on Latin America. 8% of the world population in Latin America, but we had 35% of the death. Less than 8% of green effect, but we are the most vulnerable because of droughts and deforestation. In the last 10 years, some $65 billion were lost through drought or flooding. And some 40 years ago when CAF, or 50 years when CAF was born, it was less than 6 billion on drought and flooding. This last 10 years is the hottest in the history. The second was the one before, and the other one was the one before, next to the last. And those 30 years in global warming that have been affecting Latin America and the Caribbean. That's why the bank and this new strategy we have proposed to our the partners is to help grow the bank and its operational goals and preparing these region to cope with climate change. And we're preparing for this big effect of Anthropocene, the effect of man on nature. With this reflection, the countries unanimously approved the biggest capitalization of this bank, and 7 billion to help the bank grow. And this is going to allow us to place in the 5 years to come 25 billion in the region. This is what our urban development director, when he introduced the workshop, said. This is going to allow us to accompany private efforts and other development bank and the finance system in Latin America to prepare the region. I think this is a very important reflection also on the Dominican Republic that I find important. The Dominican Republic has been a minority partner. The president of Abinader and his finance minister has decided to increase the presence of in the bank so that CAF has more presence, and development issue in the Dominican Republic would have been advances on this. We're going to be opening offices in the Dominican Republic, not only for the Dominican Republic but also the Caribbean. And as I said, also as I posited to the authorities, is to relocate the unit of CAF to the Dominican Republic for sustainable development. Everything having to do with sustainable tourism from the Dominican Republic, and this is going to help us with other organizations, the WTO and other organizations in with the region. We hope to go above the ceilings we have and have more placement and work. We've seen in Dominican Republic some projects yesterday and today that we'd like to carry out with the government and the private sector. We're going to work on those two areas with the private, both private and public sector, and the final reflection on biodiversities. Why do we call them biodiversities? And as has been demonstrated this morning, solutions that are brought by society, by nature, as a solution to many of the problems we have in terms of both flooding and lack of water, and being able we need solutions that are real, that are closer to citizens, that will solve the problems in Latin America. And we face big challenges in our region for employment for the youth, for men, more equitable, fighting poverty and marginality. And we're only able to do that from the territory. And that's why we understand the power of the mayors, the big responsibility they have. We heard the testimony they made, and as a bank would like to get closer to them, together with government, to be able to shape solutions that will benefit citizens in those municipalities. And that's why we are championing this strategy, and this is helping the cities and respecting nature. I'd like to thank you for signing this agreement. You are a first generation of mayors that are setting direction as to where development banks have to focus, and also to provide solutions to citizens in your municipalities. And that's why we're here in the Dominican Republic. And been here, Vice President, we have done this in Colombia, Argentina, and we're hoping to go to Brazil. And by the end of the year, we hope to have collected a group of cities that we can use this transformation to benefit all municipalities in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to conclude by saying that in the Summit of the Americas, CAF was present with different activities. One was with the Mayor's Office of Los Angeles, gathering Latin American mayors with U.S. To share the problems that we've shared, and we agreed for finance and for projects in next year in Denver, Colorado. We'll be there with our network of mayors looking for a solution to the problems in Latin America and the Caribbean. Our biggest interest, of course, is to continue to work hand in hand with our governments and local governments to provide solution to our citizens' problems. Thank you very much. We had the words by the Executive President of CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granado, as part of the closure of this third encounter of biodiversities in the Caribbean and Central America. And next, we're going to close up the encounter by receiving the Vice President of the Dominican Republic, Raquel Peña.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon for all of you. Mr. Sergio Díaz-Granados, Executive President of CAF, Ms. Martina Pepe Santana, our Governor of the Province of La Altagracia, Mr. Christian Asinelli, Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programs of CAF, distinguished mayors of the different countries that accompany us in these 2 days in the Dominican Republic in Punta Cana, national and international guests, officers of the Ministry of Tourism, ladies and gentlemen, members of CAF, good afternoon to all of you. For our country, it represents a great distinction to be the host of this new meeting of biodivercities of the Caribbean and Central America. And from here to remind our history, as the Dominican Republic is the host and the home of the first city in America. The sands of the road of development that we are passing as countries of medium income show us the need to find initiatives for the communion between persons, nature, and urban management, especially in these times that we are more aware of the need of to put sustainability, as the president said, who talked to you before, to put sustainability in the first level when making transcendental decisions. COVID-19 pandemics that we passed, have been passing, made a stop to the world, but not a paralysis. I would say that our countries, more than a stop for paralysis, was to think, to reflect, to see how we could continue towards the front, not before the pandemics, but with the best world, with better decisions and a stronger learning that help us to refigure the perspective, making us more aware of our environment, of the need, as we discuss of such an integration between all the sectors, all the countries, to go for the design of public programs and policies with the participation of other nations for the best performance of our countries, and especially to improve the life quality of our people. After 2 years of an ambience changed by the pandemics, our current reality is sustained hope, so more hope. The economic reactivation is a testimony on debatable testimony of our resiliency, and the result of the unstopping work to identify these actions that could put our countries in a state of more sureness for emotional and economic tranquility of our people. And all this has been a waking up for a better life, a better dynamics that characterizes all our countries. In fact, this event in the Dominican Republic finds us in times that we are celebrating two international awards as best tour destination, which are Leisure Travel Award and Wherever Award by Global Traveler magazine. Also, we are honored to have been acknowledged last month by the World Tourism Organization as #1 country in the world in the recovery of this business activity, tourism. All this is the result of a committed administration directed strategically by our President Luis Abinader, and very well executed by our Minister of Tourism, David Collado, and together with him, a lot of women and men that have worked without stopping, giving all their effort for this administration and for our country, our people, and the world. Thank you very much. Thank you to the whole Ministry of Tourism. We have a lot to learn from you. I compare the management of tourism with the management of the pandemics in the Dominican Republic, and we have something in common. is the person who designs the strategies, is President Luis Abinader. David and I, we just followed the strategies and the guidelines of our President Luis Abinader, and here we have the results. Since this government started in the middle of the sanitary crisis, we started firmly convinced in the recovery that as country and region we had to work on, and we needed to focus on sustainability. That's why we put all our effort that between public and private sector, and what I call the biggest alliance that we could establish. We did it, and that has guaranteed the sanitary safety internally, and also we had been able to present it and offer it to tourism, all these attractions with the safety measures. And also we could show tourists and all visitors they were protected in the framework of the pandemics. As you know, one of the best enchanting things of the Dominican Republic are the natural panoramas and the most important value of all of us. And not only in the Dominican Republic, but also in the countries you represent, is your people. The people who have a human air, and also the human behavior, and we have to face all these problems. We have very nice beaches, flora, fauna, and all this is supplemented with the human beings we have in my country and in your countries. That's the biggest value that makes us highly competitive worldly. This criteria represents a great responsibility in the commitment of protecting our natural resources and the ecosystemic services that these spaces give us. Let's appreciate them, let's value them, let's share them, let's enjoy them. But we have the responsibility to take care of them for this generation and future generations. As a country with a high vulnerability before the climate change, we spoke in international forums because we understand that this is a task in which we all have to work for the sustainability towards achieving this preservation in our ecosystems, in which the human existence depends on. As a region, we are a very small representation of the producers of gases, but we receive the consequences of this. The biodiversity is a nice initiative that puts as main acts biodiversity to help and unite all our efforts and the zoning in our countries with cities that have more population each day. It's a goal of the Dominican Republic to continue advancing with firm step with zoning of our touristic destination, and to diversify the touristic offer, taking advantage of the different touristic attractions to diminish or reduce the impact in our environment. We acknowledge publicly the Bank for the Development of Latin America to promote this innovative network of cities, biodiversities, and to promote spaces like this to share our experiences and the challenges each one of our countries are facing in this matter. We thank the speakers for their participation and the dialogues, the discussions we shared here, and your particular individual experiences are also your vision and your human quality. And we thank the Ministry of Tourism that has been an ally, a great ally, in the development of this meeting, and for the special presentations and the work sessions done during this convention. That will be a good advantage, will be taken into account for all of us, countries that are brothers for us. All the initiatives presented here will be of benefit for all of us, and we continue transforming our urban spaces, including nature, and we believe in an economic and touristic activity that respects the natural environment and with a healthy space for persons and biodiversity, in order to create a model of growth for the inclusive development, which should match the integral wellness. Let's write together the future that we want for our people, with the guarantee of opportunities and survival in harmony of our children, of our grandchildren, and of future generations. Thank you very much. Please continue having special days in our country, and God bless you all. These were the words of our Vice President, Constitutional of the Dominican Republic, Mrs. Raquel Peña, who honored us with her presence in the official closing of this national meeting for the Caribbean and Central America. For CAF, it has been an honor to have your presence, and also the mayors, governors, and other representatives of institutions that accompany us. Again, we give an applause to our Vice President, who finished her visit to this activity. To all the persons, thank you for being with us.